Chapter 1, The Flash Marriage Wife. 9 p.m. one alluring night. After drinking a little too much at her bachelorette party, Tongming's fiancé picked her up and brought her home to their apartment. Finally coming to her senses, she forced open her eyes, holding back an excruciating headache. As her vision cleared, she could make out the figure of a man and a woman kissing passionately under the dimly lit room. Like being struck by lightning, Tongming looked at the two in shock as they continued to kiss by her bedside. The anger inside her began to boil. "Euro, stop messing around." Tongming only just fell asleep, the man warned as he restrained the woman by her waist. "What? Are you afraid your fiancé will wake up?" Euro responded in an annoyed tone, "You are getting married tomorrow. Why don't you give yourself to me tonight?" "Babe, you are such a troublemaker, let's go to the other room," the man smiled seductively. "No. I want to do it here. I want to do it right in front of her." Euro swiftly unbuttoned the man's shirt as their lips once again locked. Tongming tried to hold back her tears, but could feel them slowly trickling down her face. Who would have thought the man she was to marry the next day would be cheating right in front of her? "Behave, let's go to the bathroom." "Isn't the bathtub your favorite place?" "Fine then, you go in and fill up the bathtub first." Euro nudged the man's chest towards the bathroom. As soon as the man left the room, she sauntered over to Tongming. Leaning over with a cold smile, she whispered, "Tongming, I'm not going to let you and you fan sign those papers tomorrow. I'm pregnant, he's mine." Tongming tightened her hands into a fist as she held back her emotions, careful not to let out a sound. It was not until she heard the moaning sounds of the couple coming from the bathroom did she feel her world had fallen apart. 3 years ago, Tongming was once Beijing's top model. But, because of this man, she gave up everything, handing over her hard-earned position to Euro. As it turned out, everything she did merely went towards preparing someone else's wedding dress. No. This must be a dream, just a horrible nightmare, everything will be back to normal tomorrow. Tongming continued to lie to herself. Until halfway through the night, Euro complained of feeling unwell as she led Han Yufan out of the hotel. With that, Han Yufan was to leave and not return. But, they were to get married tomorrow. The next day, as planned, Tongming drove to the civil affairs office with a bitter smile. As she stepped out of her car, she gave Han Yufan a call. The voice on the other side coldly answered, "Euro was injured on stage, I have to deal with this urgent matter first. Let's postpone the registration to another day." "There is no another day," Tongming disappointedly told herself. Tongming turned around and put on her sunglasses, ready to leave, but at that moment, her eyes were drawn to a tall figure heading her way. She couldn't help notice the fitted dark blue retro suit which complemented the masculine body underneath, and out of the front chest pocket, the corner of a wine-red handkerchief could be seen peering out subtly. Glancing down, Tongming could see a pair of perfectly straight legs leading to a pair of freshly polished brown leather shoes which glistened in the sun. This man had such a strong presence, like that of a medieval king. Especially as he got closer, although he was wearing sunglasses. His perfectly chiseled face and sexy lips were enough to drive any woman crazy. Tongming recognized this man, he was the CEO of Hai Rui Entertainment Mo Ting. Back when she was still famous, they had met once at a ball. "Is he also getting married today?" "President, Miss Chi has not arrived on time. She is late by 10 minutes, the assistant behind him reported. "Ring the Chi family and tell them, if they can't even be on time to a wedding, then don't bother coming at all," the man responded coldly. "But, the chairman said that you must get married today, no matter what." "Even if you were to marry a transvestite he wouldn't care," the assistant replied timidly. "Then, just randomly pick a lady from the socialite families." "I'll give you half an hour," the man ordered. He seemed a bit unreasonable. Oh. So he is faced with a similar dilemma. Even though it is slightly different. Mo Ting had so much power, he could simply choose any woman he wanted. And as one of the most eligible bachelors, love was not his priority was to deal with the pressures from his elders to get married. Suddenly, an idea came to Tongming's mind. Taking off her sunglasses, she walked in front of the man and gently suggested, "President Mo, your bride hasn't arrived and my groom has run away. May I suggest we get married?" Mo Ting's assistant froze in disbelief. How is this woman so brave? Tong Ning stood straight in confidence. She had gathered all her courage to do this. Mo Ting removed his sunglasses, revealing a pair of dark ink-like eyes. His pupils glimmered like a diamond. After a short moment, he turned to his assistant and ordered, "Give me her details." Of course, Mo Ting's assistant already knew who Tong Ning was. He quickly grabbed his cell phone, did a quick search for Tong Ning's name and offered the findings to his boss. 2 minutes later, the man's lips twitched ever so slightly as he responded with one word, "Okay." Tong Ning felt that meeting Mo Ting was the luckiest thing that could happen to her. He had no reason to use a woman, nor did he require love, and best of all, he had no shortage of women to sleep with. Ultimately, she wanted Han Yufan to regret his decision. The couple's wedding procedures were processed quickly. In just half an hour, Tong Ning held the marriage certificate in her hands. From now on, she was a married woman. "President Mo, may I have a few words with you?" "Get in the car." Mo Ting put his sunglasses back on as he walked out of the registration hall. Tong Ning followed closely behind. After getting into the Rolls-Royce, she nervously looked at Mo Ting before requesting, "Thank you for marrying me. If you need anything from me in return, please tell me, I will do anything. However, I have 2 simple requests I hope you can promise to abide by." "Speak." Mo Ting responded tiredly as he loosened his collar. "Firstly, unless you have no choice, do not reveal our relationship. Secondly, do not interfere in my personal matters. Do not worry, since we are married, I will not get overly close to another man." After listening to Tong Ning's requests, Mo Ting gave a slight smirk. "A dangerous aura swept through the car, I promise you. But, after I give you some time to tidy up your past, I want us to have a trial marriage. After 6 months, I will publicly announce our marriage." "Thank you." Tong Ning nodded. "Also, I don't believe a married couple should live separately. I'll give you 3 days to pack all your belongings and move to a place of my choice. My assistant will be in touch with you." Tong Ning had no objections. Since they were now married, a request like this was reasonable. So she obediently nodded her head as she replied, "I agree." "Good." After the two made their verbal agreement, Tong Ning got out of Mo Ting's car and left. Mo Ting's assistant sat himself in the driver's seat and looked at Mo Ting through the rearview mirror. "President, shall we return to the office? Or would you like to return to the mansion to tell the chairman the news? Follow Tong Ning and report her every move to me." Mo Ting ordered before stepping out of the car. Suddenly asking him to marry her, something must have happened. As the president of an international entertainment agency, of course, he had heard of Tong Ning before. Once a famous model in the industry, 3 years ago she suddenly rejected an offer from the top entertainment agency, Star King, resulting in her being blacklisted. Eventually, she announced she would be signing with Tianyi Entertainment and became a hot topic with the boss, Han Yufan. Chapter 2, Striking Back at the Cheating Couple. And thus began the fall of a supermodel. But, from the looks of it, Tong Ning's story did not end there. In all honesty, Tong Ning had never realized she was so brave. She had actually married a stranger. But, what was done, she would never regret her decision. Tong Ning returned to her car. Just as she was about to start the engine and head home, she received a phone call from Han Yufan. "Tong Ning. Where are you right now?" In front of the civil affairs office, about to go home, Tong Ning replied casually, hiding her emotions. "Euro has a very important show. I need you to substitute her immediately. I'll tell the makeup artist to provide you with a mask. No one will be able to tell it is you," Han Yufan ordered with the tone of a superior. "Since Euro is injured, you will have to suffer a little. Didn't you say Miss Mo got hurt on stage? In that case, the media should already know she is at the hospital. But, I have already asked someone to let it slip that she will still be attending even with her injuries. I told you to go, so go." He was so shameless. In the past, Tongming had already done stupid things like this for Mo Euro. As it seems, she was being used. However, she wasn't going to continue this way. Tongming stayed calm and nodded. Okay, let me know the time and address, I'll head over there now. Tongming, we are about to get married. Help give Euro a bit of a boost, her career is currently on the rise. I'll give her a boost for sure. Tongming responded with a hidden meaning. I'll hang up then. Let's have dinner later. Han Yufan had no idea the tables had turned. Presumably now, he would be sitting by Mo Euro's bedside, watching over his lover tenderly. Tongming hung up the phone before giving her manager a call. Her manager immediately responded in anger. President Han wants you to step in for that B-grade model? Is he joking? If you didn't decide to retreat from the spotlight, she would not even survive in the industry. Long Jia, I've already agreed. Tongming replied calmly. Do you really have to go? Her manager was about to spew blood in disbelief. Tongming and Mo Euro were both models signed under Channy Entertainment, but because of Tongming's decision to retreat, her manager was dragged down with her and ridiculed. Tongming knew her manager wanted to stick up for her injustice. Reassuringly she responded, I won't be that stupid anymore, I will not let them use me. After hearing those words from Tongming, her manager's face lit up. So, are you saying you have a plan? Long Jia, from now on I can only trust in you, can you help me do something? Speak. Her manager was loyal to her. After all, they shared the same objective. Mo Euro is so desperate to convince the media that she is attending the show even with her injuries because she doesn't want it to impact her eligibility for the top 10 model awards. Help me pay a visit to Tianhe Hospital. I see what you're getting at. Obtain evidence that she was still at the hospital during the show and reveal it to the public, the manager smiled excitedly. No, I have bigger news. She's pregnant. And the child is Han Yufan's. Also, help me prepare a statement stating that Han Yufan has used me multiple times to substitute Mo Euro during her shows. As for which shows? I will need you to help me find evidence for that. The manager was surprised at first, but quickly understood why Tongming's attitude had changed. Such a shameless cheating couple. Not only did they cheat, but they also used Tongming, ordering her around like a puppet. Don't worry Tongming, I will help you do all these things. Tongming did not respond. She felt unusually calm. She was going to treat them like they had treated her. After clearing her thoughts, Tongming quickly gathered her belongings and drove herself over to the venue for the show to meet up with Mo Euro's assistant. He was a married man with a strong bulky physique and a cunning personality. He was reasonably polite to Tongming. Even though she was no longer famous, the Tang family was still not one to be looked down upon. What took you so long? Quick. Come and get your makeup done. What type of show is it today? Tongming asked as she was hurried down the hallway. Nothing special, the assistant replied. In fact, it was actually a jewelry show for the famous French brand, HF. After this show, Mo Euro would have the opportunity to sign on as HF spokesperson. Originally, Mo Euro would have lost her opportunity due to her injuries, but with Han Yufan's suggestion of using Tongming, Mo Euro certainly had no objections. Actually, on her way to the show, Tongming had already done her research on today's show, the Crown Star Jewelry Show. Mo Euro's assistant had intentionally lied to her. Had she always been this easy to trick? Thanks to Euro's current status, you have your own makeup room. You will appear in the grand finale and this is the piece of jewelry you will be presenting today. Here is the schedule, the assistant explained as he pointed to the jewelry on the stage. He then ordered the makeup artist to start applying Tongming's makeup. Did Han Yufan really think that by giving her a mask, people would not be able to tell it's her? Although what she had in mind was quite extreme, she was going to give the cheating couple a surprise of a lifetime. Meanwhile, Mo Ting's assistant had been following Tongming's every move and overheard that she would be substituting Mo Euro in the show. Immediately he reported everything to Mo Ting. As soon as Mo Ting found out, he ordered his assistant, I am going to HF's jewelry show. Make arrangements immediately. Yes, President. This wasn't a particularly special show, but he wanted to see Tongming in action. 11 a.m., classical music resounded off the walls of the High Center. The show had begun. Inside the makeup room, Tongming's makeup was complete and she was now standing in front of the mirror in anticipation. Wearing a white tight-fitting long dress, simple but classy, adorning a beautiful golden mask giving off a mysterious aura, hair tied back away from her face with a single white rose, she was absolutely stunning. The assistant was speechless. Inside he was thinking, even if Tongming was to stand still, she would surely attract the attention of everyone around her. Mo will get the contract for certain. You will descend onto the stage via a chair that will be lowered from above. This bracelet here is the crown star, let me put it on for you. The assistant unclasped the bracelet and carefully put it on Tongming. However, Tongming was slimmer than Mo, resulting in the bracelet being too big. With a lift of her arm, the bracelet would slide around. This bracelet was designed by the founder of HF for his beloved daughter. In the middle of the golden bracelet was a crown encrusted with white diamond. On the two sides of the crown were two stars made from a pure and immaculate white gemstone, just like two parents protecting their precious child. There's no way for you to wear it. What should I do? Do you trust me? Tongming suddenly asked Mo's assistant. At this moment, I can only trust you, the assistant nodded. Without a solution, he could only trust the model. This was Yuro's opportunity at being a spokesperson. If he messed it up, President Han would definitely fire him. In that case, leave it with me, Tongming reassured. Hurry, get ready. You will be going on stage soon. Amongst all the commotion, the assistant did not take notice of the look in Tongming's eyes. Chapter 3, Suspected of Creating Hype. Tongming smiled as she gave a nod before lifting up her dress slightly and running towards the back of the stage. With her mask on, if you were to point out one distinguishing feature between Tongming and Mo, it would have to be Tongming's legs. Tongming's legs were once known as one of the most beautiful legs in the world. Just as everyone thought the show had reached its climax, Tongming descended gracefully to the stage on a chair. All the spotlights immediately focused on her. But the crown star was nowhere to be seen. What had happened? Everyone present ran around frantically looking for the crown star. They even searched Tongming all over. Because of this, many people couldn't help but notice her lovely pale long legs. Legs so beautiful, they were unforgettable. Just as everyone was about to give up, a smile appeared from behind the mysterious golden mask. Tongming elegantly raised her arm, tilted her head backwards and lifted her left leg, which was facing the audience, striking a beautiful dance pose. At that moment, out from under the white dress and down her smooth legs, the crown star appeared around Tongming's ankle, sparkling magnificently. Wow! Everyone froze in amazement at the scene in front of them. The sight of Tongming lying on the chair seamlessly moving from one pose to the next was unforgettable. Most impressive of all, every single pose Tongming pulled, the crown star would be presented in a different light, showing off its beauty over and over again. The audience rose to their feet and gave Tongming a standing ovation. Amongst the crowd, in a high but hidden position, Mo Ting's gaze was focused on Tongming. His new wife, once Beijing's top model, was here standing in on behalf of a B-grade model. There was no denying it, no matter if it was 3 years ago or 3 years later, she was still the same model born for the runway. After Tongming's final pose, the show came to a satisfying end. HF's founder was extremely impressed with her performance. Of course, he wasn't aware the model on stage was Tongming, he still believed it was Mo. He appeared from behind the stage and approached Tongming. Like a gentleman, he offered his hand, helping Tongming off her chair and led her to the front of the runway as they bowed thankfully to the audience. Thank you everyone, and of course, thank you Miss Mo for a spectacular performance, it was certainly impressive. Tongming stayed silent. She just simply responded with a bow. When suddenly, from the front of the runway came a high-pitched voice, "She isn't Mo. I've seen Mo in real life and she does not have such long legs." At that moment, everyone was stunned as they looked up and down Tongming's legs with doubt. "If you are indeed Mo, then remove your mask." If you are not, then Tanny Entertainment are a bunch of liars. Sounds of doubt multiplied and grew louder. Even the designers of HF were beginning to question whether the woman in front of them was Mo Euro. Miss Mo, please remove your mask. The designers were curious. Was she really Mo Euro? If she really wasn't, then their collaboration with Tanny Entertainment would have to come to an end. Tongming hesitated, but she was already surrounded. With no other choice, she slowly removed her mask. At that moment, everyone held their breath. At the sight of her face, some recognized her immediately as the once famed model. It's Tongming. It was rumored that after Tongming was blacklisted, her status had completely deteriorated. She was even worse off than unsigned models. Who would have thought she would stoop so low as to step in for someone else? Was she deliberately creating hype, or was she forced due to her current situation? Tongming, it's actually Tongming. The reporters quickly surrounded Tongming, giving her no room to escape. Miss Tang, could you please explain the current situation? Mo Euro was the one that was invited to appear in today's show, but how come it turned out to be you? From what we know, you were blacklisted 3 years ago. Are you trying to take this opportunity to announce a comeback? As a once famous model, are you trying to take Mo Euro's jobs? Are you taking advantage of her being injured and stealing her opportunity to be a spokesperson? It's obvious you are just trying to create hype. I knew it. Mo Euro was already injured, how could she possibly attend the show? Famous supermodel Maya ***. More like famous super CHE8 model. The reporters' questions got more and more intense, in fact, some were already spouting insults. Outdated cheap model. Euro should be the spokesperson, give it back to her. Tongming was slowly forced to retreat as the reporters surrounded her. Some even pushed her. At this moment, HF added to the insults, I am going to sue Tanny Entertainment, what you are doing here is blatantly lying. I asked for Mo Euro, instead, you gave me a third-rate model. The designer had no idea how famous Tongming was 3 years ago. All he knew was that he had not seen this model appear anywhere in recent years. As for you, I'll see you in court. But, for now, get lost. You do not deserve to be standing on my runway, he yelled. The sharp voice echoed through the building, even the reporters were surprised. No model would just stand there and let someone yell at them like that. Why are you still here? Get lost. Tongming already prepared herself for this moment, but still struggled to hold back the humiliation. It was at that moment, a deep, attractive voice resounded from the end of the stage, yes, someone should get lost indeed. In surprise, the reporters turned to where the voice was coming from. There, standing at the end of the stage was Mo Ting. Everyone's eyes opened wide in shock. Isn't this the CEO of Heartbreak Entertainment? Why is he here? Most importantly, why is he standing on the stage? It was a well-known fact that Mo Ting despised artists that played mind games. Tongming is digging her own grave. This time even Heartbreak can't help but step out from behind the sidelines. Everyone held their breath, certain that Tongming was out of luck. But to their surprise, Mo Ting walked over to Tongming and stood by her side. With the intimidating tone of a king, he turned to the designer and continued. But, she is not the one that should get lost. It is you. I could make HF disappear from Beijing if I want to. Your manners appear to be on a different level to your jewelry. Tongming's heartbeat stopped for a moment. Who would have thought? Her new husband, who she had only met for the third time, would stand up for her. All the reporters were stunned as they began to worry. Had they known earlier that Tongming had ties with Heartbreak, they wouldn't have been so rude. HF's designer was not impressed, but he knew he could not offend Heartbreak International. After a few moments of silence, he reluctantly apologized, Sorry, President Mo. I didn't know of your relationship with. You are wrong, I have no relations with her. I'm just simply questioning your character. Mo Ting denied his relation to Tongming and began to walk away. But before he left, he turned around and announced to the reporters, There is, however, one thing I cannot deny. She will definitely become a rising star in the modeling industry. Chapter 4: The Hidden Marriage Relationship. The media were in a frenzy. What does Mo Ting mean by this? Does he have the intention to sign Tongning? Is this some kind of joke? Whatever the explanation, the reporters no longer dared to latch on to Tongning. Instead, they shifted all blame to Tianyi Entertainment. Like this, Tianyi Entertainment's troubles began, and Mo Euro's assistant had unintentionally been the one that started it. If you can't even handle such a small matter, what else can you do? Let's wait and see how President Han will punish you. Tongning was unfazed, her expression was one of unexpected calmness. She changed her clothes and casually left the scene. Just as she stepped out of the side door, she spotted Mo Ting's sports car parked outside. Get in. Tongning obediently boarded the car. She was exceptionally grateful for what Mo Ting had done. Thank you for today. Mo Ting's eyes slightly twitched as he let out a smirk. Did you think I would allow someone to bully my newly wedded wife in front of everyone? Actually, I'm not worthy of your help. I intentionally allowed everyone to figure out who I really was, Tongning explained apologetically. Mo Ting looked straight into the eyes of the person sitting across from him. I know. It's just that, if you couldn't have thought of a better way to scheme against someone, you should have asked me. Sacrificing yourself to get back at someone is a bit of a stupid move, don't you think? Tongning. Where should I drop you off? You're home. Aren't we a married couple now? Tongning replied undoubtedly. Since she had already made the decision, she was not going to take it back, nor regret. Are you sure? Not only are we married, but tonight is also our wedding night. Tongning blushed, but nodded in certainty. I've already prepared myself, and I am very thankful that you did not reveal our relationship. However, from now on, I insist you remain neutral. I want to rely on myself to retrieve what is rightfully mine. Mo Ting did not insist. After all, it was rare to see a woman that did not use him as a stepping stone to benefit themselves. He decided to sit back and watch Tongning show off her skills. The couple set off. Not long after, Tongning received a phone call from her manager, Long Jia. Tongning, I have already found evidence of Mo Euro's pregnancy. What do you want me to do with it? Also, the scene you caused at the jewelry show today has gone viral. People are condemning you all over the internet. What do you plan to do? Long Jia, are you willing to stay by my side? Why are you asking such nonsense? Long Jia mumbled, did you expect me to continue following that cheating couple? Then release the statement I asked you to prepare earlier. But be warned, by doing this, you will be going up against Tianyi Entertainment. I'm not afraid. Long Jia exclaimed excitedly. We should have done this sooner. I will go prepare the evidence now and release it before Han Yufan has the chance to respond. Tongning hung up and the car returned to its original peacefulness. Deep down, Tongning was actually quite nervous. What did Mo Ting think of her? No need to explain. Your conversation just now, I heard it all. However, I have one question. Have you always been this honest? The car had stopped at a red light and Mo Ting took this opportunity to grab hold of Tongning's jaw, examining her with his eagle-like gaze. I am only honest in front of you and I intend for it to stay this way. Tongning revealed her loyalty, because I am afraid you may misunderstand and think badly of me. Mo Ting was surprised for a moment, before he continued speaking. If I were you, I would be even more extreme. Mo Ting must have guessed by now what was going on between Tongning, Mo Euro, and Han Yufan. Because of his reaction, Tongning developed an appreciation for her new husband. She vowed to herself, no matter what was to happen, she was going to remember this day and the promises she made to Mo Ting forever. Meanwhile, Han Yufan was in disbelief as he received news of Tongning's exposure on stage. Not only that, at that moment, he also received a phone call from HF, notifying him of their intention to take Tianyi Entertainment to court for breaching their contract. In an instant, Tianyi Entertainment had gotten themselves into a heap of trouble while rumors were spreading all over the internet like wildfire. Mo Euro was focused on the recording of Tongning's performance on stage as she pulled Han Yufan towards her. Look, Tongming wanted to be recognized. She knew the biggest difference between her and I are our legs. She did it on purpose. Tongming isn't like that. It's not like it's the first time she's substituted for you. Deep down Han Yufan still trusted Tongming. So what you're saying is that you trust Tongming more. Don't be stupid, Yufan. Now this incident has happened, someone has to take the blame. Do you really want to lose this contract? Do you want to tell everyone that you were the one that asked Tongming to substitute me? If that's the case, then we are doomed. What are you suggesting? Since you and Tongming are getting married soon, she will no longer be a part of the industry. For the sake of Tianyi Entertainment, you need to make an announcement. You need to tell everyone that you were unaware of this entire incident and everything was just Tongming's attempt at creating hype. That's why she went behind our backs and pretended to be me. Mo was completely throwing the blame onto Tongming. I guess, under these circumstances, that is all we can do. Han Yufan nodded in agreement. However, just as he was trying to contact the head of PR, he received a call from his assistant. Quick, President Han, check the entertainment news headlines. Tongming's manager has just revealed some big news. Han Yufan quickly jumped online to search the headlines. To his disbelief, Tongming's manager was already a step ahead of him. She revealed that Han Yufan had forced Tongming to substitute Mo multiple times in the past with comparison pictures of the two models as proof. She also complained that small companies tend to bully people and revealed that Tongming had been bullied for many years. In anger, Han Yufan quickly contacted Tongming's manager. Long Jia, are you crazy? On the other side of the phone, Long Jia's laughter resounded. Calmly she responded, I've wanted to leave this lousy company of yours for a long time. Yufan, this is definitely Tongming's doing. Quick, let's cover it up by posting news of her creating hype. Without hesitation, Han Yufan immediately contacted his connections in the media and got Long Jia's news taken down. He quickly replaced it with the news he had prepared earlier of Tongming's attempts at creating hype. In an instant, Tongming and Tianyi Entertainment became the most searched terms online with mixed responses. No one was aware of the relationship between Tongming and Mo Ting. So, compared to Tongming, no one was brave enough to offend Han Yufan. Tongming definitely received the shorter end of the stick, attracting an unbelievable amount of insults online. Just as everyone thought the tables had turned, the term Tongming substitute suddenly jumped to the top of search rankings. Search results all led to the news Long Jia had released earlier, revealing that Tongming was the real victim. Of course, Long Jia's story had got out first and the netizens had already made their decision. On top of everything, the fact that Tongming had substituted Mo so many times without causing any trouble and was continually being used became the hot topic online. The online community all agreed Tongming was indeed the victim. In disbelief, Han Yufan picked up his phone and contacted his PR, ordering them to use more money to take down Tongming's news. Meanwhile, Mo Ting was on the phone with the main news sources. If the news of Tongming disappears from search rankings, then be prepared for your companies to close down. Chapter 5, Wedding Night. The media couldn't offend Hai Rui, even though they didn't understand why Hai Rui was helping Tongming. Even Long Jia didn't understand why their plan had run so smoothly. She had originally expected it to take a few days. Tongming, tell me, are you being supported by another company? No, Tongming replied as she glanced at the man beside her. However, there is indeed a person that has been assisting me behind the scenes. But, I can't reveal who it is yet. Ha ha ha, that's okay. We will talk about it later. Just the thought of Han Yufan's distraught face is enough to satisfy me. Long Jia assumed Tongming had help from her family. She had no idea that Tongming had, in fact, suddenly become the wife of the king of entertainment, Mo Ting. Are you trying to use this opportunity to leave Tianyi? Mo Ting asked as he elegantly sliced the steak in front of him. No, I would be letting them off too easy if I was to leave so simply. I am going to tear them down from their perch, Tongming explained. Plus, I have already decided to return to the modeling industry. Unfortunately, my popularity isn't as great as before, which is why Tianyi may come of use. You are like this right now because you are angry. What if one day you no longer hate? What I have decided on, I will not regret, let alone turn back, Tongning told Mo Ting in certainty. When in love, she could love with all her heart. When in hate, she could tear the other person apart with her bare hands. On top of everything, quite a decent amount of time had passed since news of Tongning's exposure on stage had gotten out, yet, Han Yufan hadn't even made a single phone call to check on her. Instead, he had released news that could easily ruin Tongning. There was no way she was going to let Han Yufan hurt her again. Mo Ting remained silent, but he was already intrigued by Tongning. Tongning wasn't stupid, in fact, she was very smart. She knew she couldn't hide anything from Mo Ting, so she quickly revealed everything in front of him. Whether good or bad, there was no holding back, all that existed was trust. I've asked my assistant to prepare a room in this hotel. Tonight, we will be staying here. My home is no fun. Tongning's ears flushed red as she nodded, up to you. Meanwhile, Han Yufan was all over the place, trying to come to a truce with the media and his business partners. Coupled with the news of Mo Yuro's pregnancy, the thought of Tongning didn't even cross his mind, nor did he care where she was right now. After a romantic dinner, Tongning followed closely behind Mo Ting as he led her to the presidential suite. Surprisingly, it wasn't just any normal presidential suite, it was actually a wedding suite. Under such rushed conditions, Mo Ting somehow managed to prepare so much for her, she couldn't help but feel touched by his consideration. If it was someone else, there was no way they would have done the same. Mo Ting could sense the nervousness coming from Tongning. He removed his suit jacket as he turned to her and said, I'll have a shower first so you can have some time to make a decision. If you are still unsure, we can delay our wedding night indefinitely. Tongning was thankful for his thoughtfulness as she watched him head into the bathroom. But they were already married, what right did she have to make Mo Ting accommodate for her childish indecisiveness? Thinking this, Tongning threw open the door and headed into the bathroom. Mo Ting looked at her in surprise as she reached out and embraced him in a tight hug. I do not regret. Are you sure? Once I've made you mine, you will no longer have the chance to change your mind. Mo Ting restrained himself. His deep sexy voice was enough to strike a chord in anyone's heart, putting them into a daze. I am certain. Hearing her response, Mo Ting let himself go. With one hand, he grabbed Tongning by the waist and pressed his lips against hers. With his other hand, he undid her dress, which was now soaking wet. Tongning's mind was buzzing. She had never experienced a kiss like this before, one so magical she was losing control. Standing under the shower, Tongning looked up at Mo Ting. Completely mesmerized, she examined his handsome looks. She noticed the diamond-like mole on his earlobe and his eyes that were looking at her passionately, wanting to swallow her whole. However, even when the time came to take things further, he did not rush. Instead, he wrapped her in a towel and carried her in his arms out to the rose-petal-covered bed. Afterwards, his tall body came down on her. He was already wearing protection. However, just as he was about to enter her, he felt an obstruction. Tongning cried out in pain. Mo Ting pulled back quickly as he wrapped her in the blanket. He originally thought, since Tongning was in the entertainment industry and she had already been in a relationship with Han Yufan, this couldn't have possibly been her first time, but the feeling just now, he was sure, she had never engaged in this type of activity before. What's wrong? Tongning noticed Mo Ting had stopped and couldn't help but lift her head up to question him. Her face was blushing attractively. Let's do it next time. Mo Ting was surprised, at the same time he felt bad for having misunderstood Tongning. Are you not satisfied with me? If I had continued going, you would have been hurt. Mo Ting put on his robe and returned to the bed, trying to control his desires. He didn't want Tongning's first time to be a bad experience. Why didn't you tell me you had no experience? How was I to bring up something like this? Tongning responded as she huddled up against Mo Ting's shoulder. I knew you would have found out yourself. Anyway, what was that just now? Did we do it? Regardless of whether we did it or not, you are now Mrs. Mo. You can't escape. After he spoke, Mo Ting stood up, lifted Tong Ning up and headed for the bathroom. Let me see if you are hurt. Looking at the worried expression on his face, Tong Ning couldn't help but let out a laugh. You are nothing like how the outside world portrays you. How did you think I would be like? Mo Ting placed Tong Ning gently into the bathtub and turned on the water. A ruler with complete control over the life and death of his entertainers. A person with no human sense. To other people, I am indeed like that. Mo Ting expressed sincerely. But you are different. Since you are my wife and are so trusting of me, I will show you my true self. However, Tong Ning, I must warn you. To me, a lie is a lie. If you betray my trust, I will never forgive you. Tong Ning sat up comfortably, her nose almost touching Mo Ting's. What a coincidence, I am the same. That night, their physical relationship had technically only reached halfway. But, their hearts had been drawn closer together. The next morning, Tong Ning awoke to the blinding light of the sun shining through the window. To her surprise, the spot beside her was already empty. Tong Ning thought Mo Ting had already left, but he was actually waiting for her patiently in the living room whilst flipping through some documents. I prepared some new clothes in the bathroom for you. We will leave after you freshen up. Tong Ning nodded obediently as she turned towards the bathroom. At that moment, her phone suddenly rang. It was Han Yufan. Tong Ning looked at Mo Ting awkwardly as he charmingly lifted one eyebrow and asked, "Do you want me to pick it up?" Chapter 6, Returning to the Position of Top Model. Of course not, the timing isn't right. Mo Ting knew what she was thinking, so he grabbed the phone and handed it to her. Tong Ning did not step aside to take the phone call. Instead, she confidently pressed the answer button, right in front of Mo Ting. Tong Ning, where are you right now? I was afraid the reporters would find me, so I found a place to hide, Tong Ning replied calmly. So, you're saying you aren't aware of the incident with Long Jie? Han Yufan asked in a patient tone. What's wrong with Long Jie? The place I have hidden in is quite remote, so I haven't been able to keep up with what's happening on the outside. What happened? Tong Ning tried her best to sound curious. Thanks to your manager, Tianyi is now in a mess. Return to the office first, I'm going to arrange for you to hold a press conference. Tong Ning, I am depending on you to clear Tianyi's name. Press conference? More like another opportunity for him to throw the blame on Tong Ning. Did he really think she was still that naive? Tong Ning hung up the phone in disgust, when suddenly Mo Ting began to speak. I've already saved my number in your phone. Anytime you need me, give me a call and let me know what you want to do. Thank you, Mo Ting. You shouldn't be calling me that. Mo Ting unfolded his legs and pulled Tong Ning to his side. Call me something else. Or I won't let you go. Tong Ning blushed as she whispered shyly, H. Hubby. A rare smile appeared on Mo Ting's face. Come on, I'll drop you off at work. Remember what you promised. Don't get too close to another man. Tong Ning knew exactly what Mo Ting was referring to. She responded with a reassuring smile and a hopeful look in her eyes for Mo Ting to trust her. Mo Ting's heart skipped a beat. Between the two of them, there was nothing more to say. In just 40 minutes, Mo Ting had successfully driven Tong Ning to a location close to Tianyi Entertainment. As the king of entertainment, he knew all the deepest, darkest secrets of the industry. Hence, he was curious as to how Tong Ning intended on turning the tables to retrieve her position as top model. Tong Ning knew what she was getting herself into. It was clear that this was a game where she had to keep her cards hidden, whilst her enemies had already laid their cards on the table. If she couldn't change the outcome even after swapping out her entire hand, then she would have to admit defeat. After stepping out of Mo Ting's car, she accessed the building through a secret walkway. As soon as the staff spotted Tong Ning, the room was filled with mixed reactions of disgust, hate and mockery, as if they were sure Long Jie's revelations were all under Tong Ning's directions. Tong Ning pretended not to notice. She walked over to Han Yufan's room and pushed open the door as her gaze met the back of Han Yufan's head. You're back. Han Yufan turned around holding back his anger. tell me, what happened? Tongning, are you certain you don't know about the incident with Long Jia? Han Yufan threw the newspaper reports in front of Tongning. He questioned her angrily. If she didn't receive orders from you, how would she be brave enough to do this? Yufan, we are about to get married, why would I do something like this? Wouldn't that be pushing you away? Tongning choked on her words as she looked at him innocently. Then, how do you explain why you placed the crown star on your ankle at the show? You knew very well that the biggest difference between you and Euro are your legs. Tongning looked at Han Yufan as he interrogated her. She thought back on the multiple times that Han Yufan had protected Mo Euro in the same way. She once thought it was all because he was trying to protect his own growing career, so she was willing to endure being wronged and allowed him to stick up for another person. But from the looks of it now, the only person he wanted to protect all along had solely been Mo Euro. At the time, I had no way of wearing the crown star on anywhere but my ankles. Mo Euro's assistant was also present, you can ask him. I asked him already and he said you had made the decision yourself. Han Yufan pressed on. Yufan, I am your fiancé, yet you choose to believe an outsider? Tongning faked a look of disappointment as she continued to observe Han Yufan's reactions. Yesterday, we were supposed to be signing our wedding papers. It's too late to say anything now, the damage is done. HF has already notified the court of their intention to sue Tianyi for breaching the contract, and thanks to your manager, the public's negative reactions towards Tianyi are now getting worse and worse. You need to take responsibility for this. Han Yufan looked down at Tongning condescendingly. He gave off the aura of an almighty god passing judgment. You will be my wife soon, I don't want my wife to hurt my career. That's why. Tongning, for the sake of Tianyi, you have the responsibility to step out and explain to the public the entire mess was created by your manager for hype and has nothing to do with Tianyi. Admitting that my manager was responsible is just like admitting I was responsible. Weren't you the one that called me to hastily substitute Mo Euro? Tongning cried, Yufan, is it because I am to marry you that I should be sacrificed? I don't care. Being recognized was your fault. As soon as those words left his lips, Han Yufan must have felt he had gone too far. He quickly calmed down and reached out his arms to give Tongning a hug, however, she retaliated by pushing him away. Tongning, I was just getting a bit impatient. Just this once. After we are married, I promise to treat you well. Of course, Tongning held back her tears and nodded, I am doing this, not because I admit to creating this mess, it is because I want to protect your career. But, there will be no next time. Yes. I promise, there will be no next time. In actual fact, Han Yufan knew Tongning would fall for it again next time. Especially after they were married, according to Tongning's character, she would be easily controlled by him. The press conference will be this afternoon at 3 p.m. We will have a meeting in a minute to go over your script. Okay. Tongning stopped crying and forced herself to look into Han Yufan's eyes like always. But, as soon as she left the room, her eyes swept over with a cold gaze. She couldn't immediately forget the jerk, but, she was going to stick by her decisions. There was no way she was going to take on the blame for Han Yufan's wrongdoings again. After thinking carefully, she returned to her own room and phoned her manager, Long Jia, Han Yufan is trying to use me as a shield. Haha. Tongning, tell me what you want me to do. Her manager was full of fighting spirit. 3 p.m. I will announce I created the mess and apologize. Afterwards, I want you to anonymously release photos of Han Yufan and Mo Euro being affectionate in the hospital. Haha, sure. I've even thought up of a great headline exposed. Tianyi's boss has multiple affairs, the biggest cheating scum. Tongning couldn't help but respond with a laugh, before she began to apologize, sorry, Long Jia, for dragging you into all this. Tongning, as long as you have made the decision to start afresh, I will help you return to being the top model. In fact, not only that, I will help you become an international supermodel. Chapter 7, Han Yufan, you are ruthless. International supermodel? She had never thought that far. She simply wanted to focus on the present. to make Han Yufan and Mo Euro face their consequences. 12 p.m. Just before the meeting at Tianyi, Han Yufan, who hadn't had lunch with Tongning for a long time, suddenly decided to take her out to the fancy restaurant downstairs. He even booked a table and organized a candlelit lunch. Looking at the roses paired with the candles, Tongning had no reaction. She sat down as Han Yufan pulled out her chair. "I have ordered your favorite sirloin steak." Tongning was surprised for a moment. She was speechless. It turned out, even after 5 years of being together, Han Yufan still did not know what she liked. "What is it? You don't like it?" Just as Tongning was about to respond, the chef appeared beside them holding a tray. He turned to Tongning, "Miss Tang, today, we have your favorite filet steak. I would like to represent the Frederick's restaurant in congratulating you on your wedding." Upon hearing this, Han Yufan's expression changed, but he was too embarrassed to say anything. He just quietly replaced Tongning's plate. "Your tastes have changed." "Thank you, but we aren't married yet," Tongning explained to the chef whilst ignoring Han Yufan. "You sure are attentive, I only mentioned it once and you remembered." The chef politely left and Tongning turned back towards Han Yufan. "Next time I will definitely remember what my wife likes to eat," Han Yufan reminded himself. "Hurry, let's eat. We still need to go back and discuss the script." Tongning sneered on the inside but kept her composure. At this moment, she received an SMS titled 0819. When she opened it up, she realized it was a message from Mo Ting. 0819 was yesterday, the date of their wedding. "The steak is from me." What the chef meant was, "Congratulations on our wedding." Tongning let out a laugh and sent a response from under the table. "How did you know where I would be?" "I have a way of finding out what I want to know," Mo Ting answered her calmly. Tongning held on to her phone as she glanced around the restaurant. However, Mo Ting was nowhere in sight. Although she didn't know how he managed to organize something so thoughtful, she could sense he was nearby. He had a presence like a king that no one could ignore or deny. "Tongning, what are you looking at?" Han Yufan asked as he waved his hands in front of her eyes. His gaze was full of questions. "Oh, it's nothing." Tongning shook her head and calmly changed the topic. "Yufan, when will we go back to register our marriage? After all this has settled. You do realize the upcoming top 10 model awards would be Mo Euro's opportunity to advance in her career. Tongning, she is lucky to have you. Otherwise, Euro would have been ruined this time." Han Yufan poured Tongning some red wine and raised his glass against hers. "I will help you get back what you deserve." Tongning smiled softly, her dimples made her appear even more beautiful. However, Han Yufan, at present, didn't notice her at all. His heart was already bewitched by years of bedside seduction from Mo Euro. So, he had no idea Tongning's words had a hidden meaning. "Tongning, you have suffered." Tongning knew, for all that she was about to do, today's lunch was just a little reward. However, this reward was all a ploy to mask his true intentions. "Also, after the press conference, get in contact with your manager. In order to deal with her, it looks like we have to use a legal approach." "Okay," Tongning smiled sweetly. However, there was no way she was going to let him touch Long Jia. 2 p.m. Inside Tianyi's main hall, reporters from all forms of media were gathered. They were all interested in what Tongning had to say. Everyone had questions for Tongning, ranging from why she suddenly retreated from the public eye to why she signed on with Tianyi to what really happened with her substituting Mo Euro. Ever since she retreated, she had kept a low profile. It was hard to find anything bad about her. Today was the perfect opportunity for them. 3 p.m. Dressed in plain clothes, Tongning appeared with bodyguards by her side. She slowly walked onto the stage and turned around to face the crowd. The reporters fought to be the first to question her. "Tongning, your name is #1 in search rankings and it continues to stay up there. Did you pay for that position? Tongning, you and Mo Euro are both models of Tianyi, but, in recent years, only she has been in the limelight. Have you been frozen by the company, so you were envious of her fame?" "Tongning, did you create this mess for hype?" Facing the chaotic scene, the company's staff quickly stepped out to hold back the reporters, putting everything back in control. Finally, Tongning was allowed to speak. "First of all, I want to apologize to everyone for giving the company a damaged reputation and causing everyone to question Miss Moyuro's integrity. At the HF Crown Star show, I made the decision myself, unknown to my company and Moyuro, to appear on stage. Everything that has happened has nothing to do with my company, Tianyi, nor Miss Moyuro. I was indeed trying to create hype. But my manager has nothing to do with it, she was merely being used by me. I have decided to take on all the responsibility. Thank you for your patience, thank you." After Tongning spoke, the hall was in an uproar. The reporters weren't at ease. They had never seen a celebrity admit to her wrongdoing so easily and in such a straightforward manner. Other people would have tried to avoid this situation, but she had taken on all the blame, claiming it had nothing to do with her manager, company, or Moyuro. Tongning thought with that, everything was over. But, unexpectedly, Han Yufan had prepared something else. In order to confirm that she was an attention seeker, he allowed the artist's director to approach Tongning and face the media. This was not the first time she has done something like this. But the company and I will give her one last chance. Tongning, I hope you can learn from your mistakes and not step over the line again. Not the first time. The purpose of those words were to obviously push back Long Jie's claims. Now it seemed, every time she had substituted Moyuro in the past, was to create hype for herself. Han Yufan, you are ruthless. Tongning remained silent as she gave an apologetic bow to the media. Then, with the protection of the company's staff, she was escorted out of the main hall. In an instant, the netizens were filled with hate. Since Tongning had admitted everything outright, the public only saw what was on the surface and were filled with anger. Even the staff at Hai Rui treated the matter like a laughingstock. Coming out of a meeting, Mo Ting overheard his staff's discussions. He turned to look at his assistant, who quickly revealed what had happened at the press conference today. "President, did you want to do something to assist Miss Tang?" "Not just yet, I want to see how she will deal with it herself," Mo Ting replied gently. He had already mentioned before that he was curious how Tongning would react. Because he had helped her the last 2 times, he wanted to see how she would resolve this issue herself. As Mo Ting's wife, was she really going to let something like this discourage her? Chapter 8, Pictures and Videos. Regardless of everything else, the fact that Tongning stepped out and admitted to creating the mess wiped Tianyi's reputation completely clean. Discussions with HF were successful as they accepted Han Yufan's apology, and the position of spokesperson was handed over to Moyuro, as originally intended, since she was also a victim. After this incident, her popularity was expected to skyrocket. Tianyi Entertainment and Moyuro recovered from the incident completely unscathed, but Tongning was completely destroyed. In an instant, Queen of Hype, Scheming Model, Green TBXXXX Tongning and other similar terms started appearing on search rankings, and all the search results led to discussions filled with offensive language. Tongning sat in her room watching the news. She tried her best to remain calm because she knew, all that she was enduring now would soon be turned on its head. Han Yufan and Moyuro was going to suffer 10 times more than what she was experiencing now. However, at present, in the eyes of the public, her image had completely crumbled. Even the cleaner couldn't help giving her attitude. "Miss Tang, could you please move your precious legs? Can't you see I'm trying to clean here? It's not like you have a show to attend, yet you still come in every day. My back hurts from having to clean up after you." Tongning's expression turned cold. Even though she had fallen to a low point in her career, it didn't mean she was going to allow just anyone to bully her. She picked up her phone and rang Han Yufan, making sure to put the call on loudspeaker so the cleaner could hear their conversation. "Yufan, is my position in this company so low that I deserve to be spoken down to, even by the cleaner? Get her name and tell HR to dismiss her," Han Yufan replied without hesitation. Tongning hung up the phone and looked up at the cleaner with a cold gaze. "Just because I'm easygoing, doesn't mean you can talk to me casually." Just because I'm not a model, doesn't mean I'm no longer a member of the Tang family. If I wanted to, I could make a simple cleaner like you unemployed forever, without lifting a finger. The cleaner's face turned pale as she broke out in a cold sweat. She never knew Tongning could be so intimidating. She quickly bowed apologetically, sorry. Miss Tang, I won't ever do it again. Even if you are above others, you should treat others equally. Not to mention the fact that you are below others. Tongning didn't want to make things difficult for the staff, but she had to teach them a lesson. After speaking, she stood up. She received an SMS from Han Yufan to go to his office. Tongning, your image right now has fallen to the depths of the abyss, so I have arranged for you to take part in some activities. Hopefully, you can redeem yourself in front of the public. Isn't Emo Euro hurt? Why don't you go pay her a visit and take care of her to show you're sorry? Maybe you can get some sympathy votes. Tongning examined Han Yufan's face and questioned why she had never noticed how disgraceful he looked. Emo Euro was obviously using this opportunity to humiliate her. Yet, Han Yufan had actually suggested Tongning go take care of her. You just need to put on a show in front of the cameras for a few minutes as the footage gets broadcasted live. Han Yufan originally thought Tongning would refuse. Emo Euro had used her child as leverage against Han Yufan in order to make him ask Tongning for such an unreasonable request. But, she unexpectedly nodded in agreement. Okay. You're willing to do it? Ever since Emo Euro got hurt, I haven't had the chance to visit her. This is the perfect chance, Tongning replied in a poised manner. In that case, I'll find some people to escort you out of here. There are a whole heap of reporters outside. Tongning remained calm and collected even though she was aware Emo Euro's plan was to torment her. She knew. The more high and mighty Emo Euro felt now, the harder she would fall. The person to laugh at the end was still to be determined. Not long after, Tongning boarded the car of Han Yufan's assistant and headed towards Tianhe Hospital. On the way, she messaged Emo Ting, hubby, do not be worried by any news you see about me, I have a plan. Also, I want to return home tonight, can you send someone to pick me up from Tianhe Hospital? I don't know where our new home is. In the middle of a meeting, Emo Ting received Tongning's message. For the first time ever, he paused what he was doing, causing all the company's higher-ups to look at each other in surprise. What kind of godlike person has such influence? Emo Ting ignored the reactions of those around him, all he could focus on was Tongning's pitiful tone. He quickly replied to her message, good girl, I will pick you up later. After receiving Emo Ting's message, Tongning couldn't help but imagine Emo Ting's expression as he called her a good girl. A sweet smile appeared on her face and her eyes curved like two crescent moons. At this moment, Han Yufan's assistant looked at Tongning from his rearview mirror, you can still smile now, but wait till you find out what's coming to you. Tongning knew the whole world was currently hostile towards her, but she forced herself to not care about what others thought. After contacting Emo Ting, she sent a message to her manager. Long Jia, Han Yufan has arranged for me to go take care of Emo Euro at the hospital. I am almost there, are you ready? Anyone perceptive enough would be able to tell that mistress is using this as an opportunity to humiliate you. Does she think she will be able to do that? I have been ready a long time ago, I'm sure the public will be entertained. I have pictures and a video. You can release the pictures. Keep the video for later. I want to give Han Yufan and Emo Euro some time to argue. I understand. We should wait for the right time. When they are at their worst, I will release the video and seal the deal. Long Jia was abnormally excited, I want Emo Euro to fall when she is at her highest point. Tongning, even though there are so many people insulting you, I notice there are still the small minority that are sticking up for you. I guess there is some good that has come from all this. Long Jia, please be careful. After her messages with her manager, Tongning immediately deleted her entire conversation as the corner of her lips curved slightly upwards. Inside one of the private hospital rooms, Emo Euro was sitting weakly in bed. Just the thought of being able to humiliate Tongning in a moment made her eyes twinkle. Never in her wildest dreams had she thought Tongning would be so stupid as to take on all the blame. Not only did she increase Mo Euro's worth, she also helped her secure the spokesperson deal with HF. Euro, Tongning is almost here. When she arrives, the cameras will turn on and you will be broadcasted live for 3 minutes. In a moment I am going to ask the doctor to come in to change your bandages. At the same time, I'm going to make Tongning wash your feet. This day has finally arrived. Mo Euro exclaimed. She had been overshadowed by Tongning for so long. From this point on, she vowed to only keep climbing higher and higher. She was going to step all over Tongning, take Han Yufan from her and become the First Lady of Tianyi. From now on, things will only get better for you. Plus, the annual Top 10 Model Awards are about to make their selection. I'm sure you will be selected. At that time, you will be one step closer to becoming a top model. Mo Euro slowly exposed traces of a smile. This was better than anything she had ever dreamed of. With everything going her way, her arrogance began to grow. Chapter 9, I definitely won't apologize to you. The hospital gave off its usual unpleasant smell. Tongning entered the hospital, escorted by Han Yufan's assistant. She was all alone without a single assistant of her own to support her. After finding Mo Euro's room, Tongning could see Mo Euro's assistant guarding the door. This was the man that claimed she made all the decisions on her own on the day of the show. He had thrown all the blame on her. You're here, he said as he looked her up and down snobbishly. He was deliberately trying to make things difficult for Tongning. Just wait here, Euro is still resting. Tongning lifted up her handbag with her 2 hands and looked Mo Euro's assistant straight in the eyes. With a slow and gentle voice, she asked, do you know my surname? Nonsense. Who doesn't know your surname is Tang? Since you know my surname is Tang, then you should be aware of my family background. How dare a little assistant like you act arrogantly in front of me? Is that Tongning? Please come in. Mo Euro heard Tongning's voice outside and felt disappointed at her assistant's stupidity. If he wanted to go against Tongning, this was not the right way. After all, she still had the Tang family behind her, even though they no longer paid as much attention to her as they once did when she was still famous. Tongning held her head high and walked into the room, ignoring the angry assistant. Seeing Mo Euro sitting on the bed acting pitiful with one injured leg, she smiled. Euro, are you okay? Tongning knew Mo Euro had intentionally hurt her own leg in order to prevent Han Yufan from getting married. This woman is so ruthless. I heard from President Han that we are to film a 3-minute live broadcast, is that right? Tongning, we are like sisters. I'm more than willing to help you with this favor so you can redeem yourself in front of the public. Tongning hesitated for a moment. She couldn't believe how shameless Mo Euro was. She was almost on the same level as Han Yufan. The truth behind the substitution incident was known between the 3 of them, yet Mo Euro acted like nothing had happened. Tongning looked a little upset as she said in an angry tone, I only came to visit you. You really don't need to be polite. That's right, we've already prepared a scene for you. In a moment, the doctor will come in to change Euro's bandages. At that time, in order to highlight your sincerity, we have arranged for you to wash Euro's feet. That way the public will see how sorry you are. That's enough. Tongning angrily interrupted the 2, Mo Euro, the substitution incident, both you and I know the truth. Don't you think it's time you should stop? Tongning, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Must you really flip what's right and wrong around? Tongning's voice held a sense of being wronged. If it was not for you, Fan, I would not tolerate you so many times. Have I not helped you enough? Tongning, it's enough that you won't apologize. Must you also badmouth other people? You've already admitted to creating everything for hype. Mo Euro was a master of acting. She didn't slip on her words and maintained her innocence. I definitely won't apologize to you, Tongning unexpectedly said in a serious tone. At this time, Mo Euro's assistant recorded her words and immediately posted the video online, with the headline, Attention-seeking green tea BXXXX being insincere, secretly declares, I definitely won't apologize to you. In an instant, 1,000 waves were once again stirred up, ready to crash down onto Tongning. Reporters flocked to the scene, but no one intercepted Tongming, leaving Mo Euro all alone crying pitifully in front of the camera. Originally I thought, since we were both models, I wasn't going to pursue this incident, but Tongming has gone too far. Not only did she refuse to apologize, she also threw words of abuse. That's how the war between the two began, two models that didn't know how to control themselves in front of the public, put on a tearful drama drawing the attention of passers-by to stop and crowd around. Tianyi quickly responded by releasing a statement, apologizing to the public and stating their intention to seriously deal with Tongming, giving off the idea that they were going to dismiss her. At the same time, Tongming's "I definitely won't apologize to you" became a viral phrase online. Just as everyone was insulting Tongming, a famous online personality released an album of photos. The album was titled, "It's Not That Tongming Won't Apologize, It's That She Shouldn't Apologize." The album was filled with photos of Mo Euro and Han Yufan embracing each other. In the photos, Mo Euro and Han Yufan were both in the hospital. Han Yufan was on top of Mo Euro while she was still wearing her hospital gown. All the netizens' eyes lit up in shock as a famous website also responded by demanding in a post, reveal the truth behind the Tongming substitution incident. The post included all the fine details of the incident, using the fact that Mo Euro and Han Yufan were cheating to set the tone. It provided a clear analysis of how Tongming was forced to compromise, then led to being suppressed and finally pushed into reacting angrily. For the sake of love, she was forced to take all the blame. At the same time, her fiancé's mistress was making advances and humiliating her. Like this, the scandal was uncovered. Han Yufan and Mo Euro's intimate photos spread everywhere and the netizens finally discovered, apart from the substitute incident, there wasn't a single piece of bad news about Tongming floating around. Even searching as far back as 3 years, all they could find were pictures of her modeling on stage as beautiful as ever. This woman, who gave up her career for love, never tried to explain herself even once. Even after the recent incident, she immediately stood out and took on full responsibility. Dear God, everyone has misunderstood Tongming. Mo Euro really knows how to act. Who would have thought Tianyi would suppress such a poor woman? The tables had once again turned. Countless people online started to feel guilty for having previously judged Tongming. Their feelings for her quickly turned from dark to light. While all this was happening, Mo Euro was in the middle of an interview. I no longer know how to evaluate her shamelessness. The reporter was consumed in the moment when her workmate suddenly pulled out his phone to show her something. After seeing the photos, the reporter held up the phone and questioned Mo Euro, "Miss Mo, are these photos real? What is this?" Mo Euro's face turned pale. "These are intimate photos of you and the CEO of Tianyi, Han Yufan. Do you want me to go into more detail about what you were doing in the photos exactly?" Mo Euro froze. Just a moment ago she was still crying in front of the camera acting all pitiful. Now, she had suddenly turned into a mistress that had seduced someone else's boyfriend. In their eyes, she was no different from the new models that were selling themselves to move up in the industry. Most importantly, she couldn't find any words to stick up for herself. The reporters felt embarrassed for her. "So, these photos are real, I suppose. On one side you were crying, while on the other, you were stealing someone else's boyfriend." The female reporter's questions suddenly got tougher. No. The photos are obvious, don't tell me you still want to deny it. No, it's all fake. This is all part of Tongming's plans. Mo Euro suddenly became helpless in front of the camera. "Don't film anymore, get out, I don't want to be interviewed anymore, go." The female reporter let out a cold humph. She despised Mo Euro. "Miss Mo, even though we are all used to being in the entertainment industry, I still have to tell you this, God will punish those that have bad intentions, there is justice in this word." Just by Tongming's actions of stepping out and putting all the blame on herself, from now on, I will no longer write anything bad about her. Mo Euro was trembling in fear. As soon as the reporters left, she made a phone call to Han Yufan. "Yufan, have you seen the photos? What should we do?" "It's just photos, what are you panicking about? The company is currently working on a solution. Han Yufan responded calmly. However, inside, he wasn't as calm as he appeared. By exposing everything, not only would it affect Mo Yuro's future as well as Channy's, but it could also cause him to lose Tongning forever. After all, he had suppressed her and cheated on her. Tongning must be behind all this. If you didn't pick on her, do you think all this would happen? After he spoke, Han Yufan hung up the phone angrily. Then, after finding Tongning's phone number, he gave her a call. It's obviously ringing. Tongning picked up the phone. In reality, Tongning was holding her phone in her hand. She was imagining how anxious Han Yufan must be feeling right now, so she decided not to pick up. After running out of Mo Yuro's room, Tongning found a place to hide quietly, while she waited for Mo Ting to send someone to pick her up. To her surprise, Mo Ting had decided to come in person. Tongning, get in. After hearing his deep voice, all the uneasiness in her heart cleared. The phone continued to ring, but she threw it into the back seat of Mo Ting's car. You're not picking up? Mo Ting asked, revealing one side of his handsome face. You already know the answer, Tongning smirked. Her aim was to make Han Yufan look for her all night and experience how it felt to suffer. Chapter 10, Determined to be Reborn. Mo Ting stopped talking and focused his gaze in front of him. Meanwhile, Tongning's gaze was focused on the black mole on Mo Ting's earlobe. It was like he was born with an earring, giving him a slightly evil and dangerous aura. The way you're looking at me. Are you inviting me to kiss you? Hug you? Or? Tongning held in her nervousness. She reached out her hand and grabbed onto Mo Ting's arm, trying to avoid his passionate gaze. Before we go to our new home, could you accompany me somewhere first? After we go, can we finish off what we didn't finish last night? Huh? Mo Ting was questioning her casually, but Tongning couldn't hide her nervousness because deep down she knew she may not be able to gather the same amount of courage she had the previous night. Mo Ting did not pressure her, nor did he continue to speak. He just allowed her to continue holding onto his arm as he let out a sneaky smile. The two of them didn't end up heading straight home as per Tongning's request. Instead, they ended up at a famous cherry blossom forest. This was a place Tongning had frequently met Han Yufan for their dates. However, today, she was going to remove him completely from her heart. So, in the end, she finally picked up her phone. I am at the cherry blossom forest, where we always met on our dates. If you still want to see me, then meet me there. See you there. Okay, I will come right away. Han Yufan agreed immediately. Even though he was having an affair with Mo Yuro, he never intended on giving up on Tongning. Where was he going to find another woman that was so easy to trick? Plus, all along she had been loyal to him, she had a good family background and she had a good temper. Tongning hung up and looked over at Mo Ting, who was sitting opposite her. With an honest but choked-up voice she promised, "This is the last time I will speak to him on the phone regarding our personal feelings. From now on. Never again." Mo Ting lifted his eyebrows. Without a word, he patted the seat beside him, gesturing for Tongning to sit beside him, giving off a sense of possession. Tongning obediently sat beside him. The two of them looked out the window of the restaurant at the scene below. Not long after, an anxious figure appeared beneath the cherry blossom tree. Han Yufan had arrived. So many times in the past had she stood in the same spot Han Yufan was currently standing in, naively waiting all day. 5 out of 10 times she would be stood up. Thinking about it now, the sincerity she had shown was so easily stepped all over, so. Being stood up, being played around with, being betrayed. She wanted Han Yufan to experience it all. Will this really relieve your hatred? Mo Ting asked with one arm over Tongning's shoulder as he looked at the figure below them. Of course not, but I want him to experience everything I went through, no matter big or small. Mo Ting reached out his long fingers and grabbed hold of Tongning's chin. Looking into her eyes, he saw a delicate woman, yet, when she was faced with emotional pain, she could deal with things so cleanly. She ended things quickly like she said she would without an ounce of pretense. When ordering, I ordered some foie gras. The waiter said it had come directly from France. I thought it would be quite good. Mo Ting released her from his grasp and let out a surprised smile. How did you know I like it? It's not hard to find out my husband's preferences. Tong Ming gestured for the waiter to start serving their dishes. Let's eat while we chat. Mo Ting looked at her pink and soft, rose-like thin lips. His gaze revealed a trace of danger, but... I don't want to chat, I just want to kiss you. Who said he was the entertainment industry's poison? Obviously. The woman in front of him also carried traces of poison that was unknowingly addictive. Downstairs, Han Yufan was still standing in the same spot. While, upstairs in the restaurant, Tong Ming and Mo Ting were enjoying their meal. Tong Ming didn't like speaking to Mo Ting about her work, and he understood. After helping Tong Ming twice, he saw her handle things smoothly this time on her own. This little woman sure isn't weak. However, even though she wasn't weak, she was still Mo Ting's wife. As long as she was his wife, he would make sure she would be doing the bullying and not the other way around. In a flash, 1 hour had passed. Downstairs, Han Yufan continued to wait even though he was getting impatient. During this time, he continuously tried to call Tong Ming, but Tong Ming had already turned off all notifications. Unknown to him, at this moment, in the eyes of Tong Ming and Mo Ting, he was like a gatekeeper standing guard under the tree. Finally, the two finished their meal. Mo Ting took a glimpse downstairs and asked, "Do you want to continue watching?" "No, I want you to help me move houses." Mo Ting nodded and quickly paid the bill, then escorted Tong Ming out through the side door. Not long after, the couple arrived at Tong Ming's home. However, as Mo Ting was about to enter, Tong Ming requested for him to wait outside for 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, as he entered the house, all traces of Tong Ming and Han Yufan's relationship were gone. Tong Ming didn't have to remove much, as Han Yufan never stayed over anyway. Mo Ting, wait a moment, I am going to pack a few things. Mo Ting examined Tong Ming's house. He found a huge photo in the living room. It was a photo of Tong Ming receiving her trophy for the #1 model. If she had never retreated from the industry, she would have already gone international. 5 minutes later, Tong Ming reappeared from her bedroom holding a teddy bear in her arms. This is all of my possessions. You don't want anything else? No, let's leave the memories behind. Tong Ming shook her head in certainty. Suddenly, Mo Ting pulled her over to him and pressed down onto her with his cold lips. At first, Tong Ming was surprised, but not long after, she closed her eyes and returned his kiss. It was not until Mo Ting's hands uncontrollably reached under her skirt did the two suddenly stop. Let's leave the rest for when we get home. But for now, has my kiss made your memories better? Tong Ming wrapped her arms around Mo Ting. She could feel his calm breaths. From now on, she wasn't going to let anyone hurt her again. She was going to keep what belonged to her, tightly in the palm of her hands. Back at the cherry blossom tree, Han Yufan had been waiting for 4 hours. He originally intended to keep waiting, but then he received a phone call from Mo Euro. Yufan, where are you? I am at your home, I can't find you, my stomach is in pain. Yufan, why haven't the photos been removed yet? I'm afraid I will be destroyed like this. Han Yufan woke up in an instant and quickly rushed home. Seeing Mo Euro standing pitifully on one foot outside his door, he couldn't help but run up to her. I won't let you be destroyed, and I won't let Tianyi be destroyed. Yufan, I only have you. Don't leave me and the baby. Han Yufan comforted Mo Euro, patting her gently on her back. That night he forced his staff to release a statement that there were others there at the time. The truth was that Mo Euro lost her footing because of her injured right leg and accidentally fell into the arms of Han Yufan, with both of them landing on the bed. It's not like how it appeared in the photos, they weren't kissing on the bed. Most importantly, at a time like this, Han Yufan still wanted to sacrifice Tong Ming by hinting someone was behind all of this and telling the public not to be fooled. Chapter 11, Pure Hatred. After Han Yufan's PR news was posted up, he paid out a few influential social accounts to help them clean their reputation. In the next 3 days he used every method he could to clean up Mo Euro's professionalism and image again. His intention was to continue throwing the blame on Tongning. After all, gossip like this usually only lasted a few days before the public became bored. Once new news gets released, this little scandal would just disappear into the depths of everyone's memories. It wouldn't be long before Mo Euro would be able to return to work. Their plan was to help Mo Euro win the top 10 model awards and then announce she would be going overseas to study. At that time, she could sneakily give birth to their child. The only reason Han Yufan was willing to accept the child was because Mo Euro was his first love and she had stayed by his side patiently for many years. On top of everything, Mo Euro currently had a promising future, so he wasn't going to give up on this money tree. Tongming's manager had an expression of irony as she looked at the PR news Han Yufan had released. She sneaked over to Tongming's home and let herself in since she had the keys, but to her surprise, Tongming wasn't home. So, out of uncertainty, she decided to give Tongming a call. "Tongming, why aren't you home?" Tongming was in the middle of filling up a bathtub for Mo Ting. She let out a chuckle. "I haven't had the chance to tell you. I moved houses." "Where did you move to? Is it safe? Does Han Yufan know?" Tongming turned around and looked at Mo Ting, who had just entered the bathroom. Just as she was about to explain, she was interrupted by Mo Ting, who didn't realize she was on the phone. "Stuff like this, you should have left it to the maid." On the other side of the line, Long Jia listened attentively. She heard the voice of a man and immediately asked in a high-pitched voice, "Tongming, who are you with? In order to upset Han Yufan, have you used extreme measures?" "I knew it. Who would give a helping hand to a retreated model during this time of chaos?" You're really frustrating me. Is someone supporting you? Where are you? I'll come get you. You don't need to stoop so low. Where are you? I want to see you right now, or else I'll die. Tongming didn't know what to do. She looked over at Mo Ting as she covered the mouthpiece on her phone and asked for his opinion. "My manager seems to have a misunderstanding regarding my moving houses. So, I need to pop out for a little to explain to her. Do you trust her?" In actual fact, Mo Ting had already investigated Long Jia in private. She was passionate and professional even though she was often simple-minded and far from being a top manager, but she was loyal to Tongming and was a helpful person to have around. Then let me immediately go pick her up. Tongming thought about it carefully. She understood what Mo Ting meant and trusted his judgment. She was no longer the Tongming from the past that would allow others to play games right before her eyes. So, she told Long Jia she would be sending someone over to pick her up from her old house. Long Jia sighed, giving off a sense of disappointment. Tongming smiled as she hung up. She put down the phone and turned to Mo Ting. "I filled the bath. Are you going to bathe yourself now?" Mo Ting raised an eyebrow as he rebuttoned his shirt, covering up his attractive collarbone. "We have a guest. The man of the house must be present. Most importantly, I want to bathe with you." Tongming blushed, but nodded shyly. Long Jia was extremely frustrated. She felt it wasn't worth it for Tongming to give up so much for Han Yufan. She especially couldn't believe that Tongming had willingly thrown herself at a man when there was obviously no true love in the entertainment industry. Most people in the industry just wanted one night of fun. The next day they would pretend they don't know each other. How can she be so silly to take part in something like this? Long Jia was fuming as she walked back and forth cursing under her breath until Lu Che arrived at the house and saw Long Jia. "If you want to see Miss Tang, come with me." Long Jia was familiar with Mo Ting, however, she didn't recognize Lu Che at all. So, she wasn't very friendly towards him. She lifted her leg and gave him a kick. "If anything happens to my precious Tongming, I will paralyze both you and your boss." Lu Che held his tidy hairstyle in place. The sudden kick made it hard for him to keep his image as his face screwed up in pain. "Let's not talk about who's going to paralyze who. Come with me first." Long Jia gave a oomph, raised her head and glared at Lu Che as she boarded the car with him. Throughout the entire journey, Long Jia tried to test Lu Che by threatening him with all different methods, even mentioning Tongming's family background. All that was missing was a knife to his neck. Finally, as the car pulled up into the estate, Long Jia finally grew silent in shock. Hyatt Regency, this was one of the landmarks of the city of Beijing. This estate only housed 30 households. Each household was rich and powerful. Just simply searching up the background of any random house in this area would make the average person speechless. Who the hell is your boss? Long Jia felt weak at her knees. You will find out once you go inside, Lu Che replied in an annoyed tone. He too had a bit of a temper. Long Jia's heart nearly jumped out of her chest in fear as the fire inside her subsided. Whoever was inside was definitely not someone she would dare mess with. Not long after, the car swerved in through a metal gate that surrounded a beautiful villa with a fountain out front. Long Jia was escorted out of the car and into a Spanish palace-style living room. Tongming was sitting on the sofa wearing comfortable white home clothes. She didn't have any makeup on, but she was just as beautiful as ever. Tongming, what is all this? Did you find yourself a rich old man? Long Jia asked in a hushed whisper as she approached Tongming. Did you sacrifice yourself for the sake of Han Yufan? Long Jia, there's something I need to tell you. But, you can't be upset. Tongming pulled Long Jia onto the sofa next to her. Speak, did you find a new boyfriend? No. Tongming shook her head, holding back a smile. That's good. I'm married. Long Jia. After a couple of minutes, she suddenly burst out, what did you say? You're married? Who did you marry? Why would you play games with your happiness? While Long Jia was questioning Tongming, Mo Ting had just finished dealing with some business issues and appeared out of the study room upstairs. To Long Jia's surprise, he walked over to just behind the sofa, leaned over affectionately and whispered gently into Tongming's ear. Tongming turned to face Mo Ting and nodded obediently. I know, I won't take longer than half an hour. Mo Ting was pleased with her response. He observed Long Jia for a moment and headed back upstairs. Everything that happened in this short moment was enough to make Long Jia freeze in disbelief. Tongming, quick, pinch me. I want to know if I'm dreaming. Why? Tongming tugged at her to bring her back to her senses. So, the person you married is the CEO of Hai Rui Entertainment, Mo Ting? Uh-huh. For real? Long Jia asked again to confirm. You're not seeing things, it's him, my new husband, Tongming nodded seriously. After hearing her answer, Long Jia went from extreme sadness to extreme happiness. No wonder your article stayed at the top of search rankings and Han Yufan had no way of removing it no matter how much money he spent. Tongming, this is such a great surprise. You've made the right decision. If you're going to get married, it definitely can't be with trash like Han Yufan. I just never thought you would actually marry the CEO of Hai Rui Entertainment. Hai Rui is on a whole new level than Tianyi. So refreshing, this completely cures my hatred. If Han Yufan was to find out, how satisfying would that be? Chapter 12, Securing a Spokesperson Deal. But, I do not have plans to announce my relationship with Mo Ting as of yet, Tongming explained calmly. She gave off a confident and dazzling aura. With the help of Mo Ting, I know my career would advance in leaps and bounds, but other people would only acknowledge me as Mo Ting's wife and not Tongming the model. 3 years ago, I managed to become the top model in Beijing. Now, 3 years later, I am confident I can do it again with my own ability. I will retrieve what originally belongs to me. Long Jia, if you are still willing to help me, then we are going into this together. If you don't want to, I won't pressure you. I will help you cancel your contract with Tianyi and help you find a job at a better company. What nonsense are you speaking? Of course I want to stay by your side. I want to become the top manager of an international supermodel, Long Jia replied confidently, but, are you planning to stay at Tianyi Entertainment? What do you think? Tongming gave Long Jia a look, letting her figure the answer herself. Han Yufan has used me so many times. No matter what, I will pay him back for it. After hearing what Tongming had to say, Long Jia burst out laughing as she leaned on Tongming, her shoulders shaking from laughter. Tomning, I realized all these years I have known you has been a waste. I never knew you could be so sneaky. So what's the next move? What should we do? Release the video? No, let's secure a spokesperson deal. To be precise, let's take what originally belonged to me right out of Mo Euro's hands. Afterwards, Mo Euro's fans will definitely complain. The video should be released at that time. Long Jia, you will need to work hard for a little longer. Help me edit the clips from the Crown Star show and post it online. Okay, no worries. Leave it with me. After hearing the plan, Long Jia's eyes lit up as she nodded her head. Most importantly, she had discovered Tomning was different. She used to be weak and fragile, but who would have thought, when triggered, she would be this powerful? After their conversation, Tomning asked Lu Che to escort Long Jia home, before she got up from the sofa and headed back into the beautifully scented bedroom. Mo Ting had just changed into a robe and was sitting on the sofa enjoying a glass of red wine. His chin tilted up, giving him a more defined jawline like a perfectly carved sculpture, making one's heart flutter. Tomning was nervous but still walked over to sit beside Mo Ting. Mo Ting continued sipping from his glass, when suddenly, he reached over and grabbed onto her shoulder as he placed his lips against hers. He still had the wine in his mouth as he shared the aromatic flavor with Tomning. Tomning was caught off guard as her face flushed red. Mo Ting laughed gently as he kissed her on the tip of her nose. If you can't drink, you will be at a disadvantage when invited to events. You need to train. Tomning pushed her body against Mo Ting's smooth chest. In that case, President Mo, what do you propose? Drink a small glass every day, what do you say? Using the same method as just then? Tomning raised her eyebrows with a slightly provocative look. Mo Ting couldn't help but let out a gentle laugh as he nodded. Did you like it? Tomning nodded. Let's do that then. After he spoke, Mo Ting once again raised the glass to his lips. Using the same method, he once again leaned over, but this time, after they had finished drinking the wine, they did not separate. They continued to kiss passionately as they treated the sofa beneath them like a bed. As Mo Ting's intermittent kisses slowly made its way to other parts of her body, Tomning could feel her body shaking. She could no longer think straight. Never had she experienced such an electrifying feeling, making her whole body weak like sand. In the heat of the moment, all she could see was Mo Ting's handsome nose bridge and his soft lips, but she could feel his strong arms, and Mo Ting. Let's go to the bed, I don't want to do it. On the sofa. Hearing her plea, Mo Ting suddenly stopped. Looking down at her long slender legs, so beautiful like the tail of a mermaid, he held in his desires as he wrapped Tomning in a bathrobe. He lifted her up and took her into the bathroom, placing her gently into the bathtub. What is it? Mo Ting wrapped a towel around his body and kneeled before Tomning. He lifted her chin and spoke, I want your heart first. When I am the only person in your heart, I will make you completely mine. After he finished speaking, Mo Ting stood up, but Tomning reached out her hand to grab hold of his towel. I do not dislike us doing this. Do you still not trust me? Mo Ting patted Tomning gently on the head, calming himself down at the same time. I really want you. You don't know how attractive you are, but I want all of you, body and heart. I want to wait for you to be certain. Tomning nodded, holding on to Mo Ting's left hand. It's been a long time since someone has treated me with respect. Mo Ting understood what she meant. Even though he wanted to crush Han Yufan into pieces, Mo Ting had faith Tomning would be able to depend on her own abilities to get what she wants. The next morning, the scandal between Tiany's two models had already been replaced by the new headlines of the day. While at the same time, Han Yufan and Mo Euro's rumors had been covered up by Tiany's PR, the hype of entertainment news had always dissipated as quickly as it appeared. However, due to Tomning's responsible attitude of standing out and taking on all blame, she had gained herself a huge number of new fans. These fans were now searching online for Tomning's old appearances and photos. No one noticed, Tomning at this moment was slowly making a comeback. Especially during the Crown Star show, Tongming's performance had definitely surpassed all the current hottest models. Her new fans felt it was unfair for Tongming to go to waste, so they all started sharing her videos online, while contacting HF. After seeing the videos of Tongming, HF was amazed by Tongming's beauty. In particular, after seeing Tongming's multitude of photos and poses, the designer that had got angry at Tongming on the day of the show suddenly realized how well Tongming matched his jewelry. It was like they were made for each other. HF's designer pondered for a little bit. His judgment was previously affected by Tanny's lies, but now that he had time to calm down and think about it, Tongming's elegance and professionalism was definitely better suited to the theme of the Crown Star. Also, because of Tongming's attitude towards admitting wrong, HF had developed a sense of trust towards her. So, the higher-ups of HF quickly gathered together for a meeting to discuss swapping the spokesperson. In the end, they came to a consensus. A phone call was made to the office of the president of Tanny Entertainment. Mr. Eugene, Euro is almost recovered from her injuries. The release of your new product definitely won't be delayed. No, I'm not calling about that. Mr. Han Yufan, we would like to swap spokesperson. We would like to swap Mo Euro for Tongming, he said in perfect English. After hearing the request, Han Yufan didn't know how to react. No, Mr. Eugene, I don't think that's right. We haven't officially signed the contract yet. If you are not willing to swap for Tongming, we'd rather cancel this collaboration and look for another company to work with. We have other models, ones that are more famous than Mo Euro. We only want Tongming. Mr. Eugene was set on his decision, leaving Han Yufan with no choice but to agree. However, this deal was originally Mo Euro's means of securing the top 10 model awards. Who would have thought Tongming would end up benefiting instead? With this change, Mo Euro was definitely going to throw a tantrum. The news quickly spread to Longjia. HF had made a call to Han Yufan's office requesting to swap spokesperson. So, when she spoke to Tongming on the phone, she was exceptionally excited. Tongming, you got the deal. Don't get ahead of yourself, Mo Euro isn't going to let this happen so easily. Tongming didn't let her guard down, even though she had the situation in the palm of her hands. Chapter 13, I am on your side. News of HF's request to swap spokesperson quickly spread throughout the industry. Mo Ting also heard the news during his downtime. To him, if his company received the HF spokesperson deal, even the lowest-ranked model wouldn't bat an eyelid. But, to Tongming, it meant she had successfully retrieved what belonged to her from Mo Euro. So, he immediately made a phone call to Tongming. You did well. Tongming gave a gentle laugh and then gratefully replied, to be praised by you makes me happier than anything else. I will wait for you, to get back to the number 1 spot. This time, Tongming simply responded with 2 words, I will. It was time to return to Tanny to face Mo Euro's ugly attitude. At the time the word was being spread, Mo Euro was still sleeping sweetly in Han Yufan's home. Last night, she had run directly from the hospital to Han Yufan's home and used guilt to hold on to him for the entire night, not letting him make any phone calls to Tongming. Anything she had in her grasp, others shouldn't dream of taking, especially Tongming, who always seemed to be against her. Her assistant was impatient and flustered as he reached the house. He opened the news for Mo Euro to see and her first reaction was one of disbelief. HF spokesperson was already set, there's no way they could change it. Euro, this is real. President Han received a phone call from HF this afternoon. They personally told him they wanted to swap the spokesperson to Tongming, or else, they would rather work with another company. Her assistant pointed to the news in front of them with an urgent and angry expression. What exactly did Tongming do? If she wanted to secure a deal, why did it have to be your deal? Let's go back to the office. This incident, I want Yufan to give me an explanation in person. Mo Euro knew that if she was to discuss the matter with Han Yufan over the phone or at home, he would somehow sweet-talk his way out of it. So, she decided to return to the office and face the issue head-on, this way he would be forced to deal with it professionally. Meanwhile, Han Yufan was already bruised and battered. HF were so determined to directly swap Mo Euro for Tongming, but he knew this was going to hurt Mo Euro greatly. However, did he have the right to say no? In the end, he wasn't going to go against money. Just as Han Yufan was thinking of a way to comfort Mo Euro, with the aid of her assistant, entered the room in a wheelchair. She arrived just before Tongning with a difference of a few hundred meters. Yufan, what is all this? How could the spokesperson deal that belonged to me get taken by Tongning? Han Yufan gestured for his assistant to leave the room. As soon as the room was left with just the two of them, Han Yufan approached Mo Euro and embraced her in a hug. Euro, this was beyond my control. I'll help you secure an even better deal. You know as well as I do that Mr. Eugene from HF is the brother of Miss Erin, who is one of the judges at the top 10 model awards. This deal was really important to me, and most importantly, how could you hand it over to Tongning? Mo Euro angrily pushed Han Yufan away, her voice was shaky. She already stole you from me, wasn't that enough? Why does she have to fight over everything with me? I don't care, if I lose this deal, then I don't want this child. I won't stay at Tianyi either. Don't speak out of anger, Han Yufan tried to control her temper. How could you give up on our child so easily? You know that I'm on your side. However, this time, HF was determined. Tongning's already given up so many times in the past, what's another time? She's about to get married to you, why does she need the deal anyway? After hearing Mo Euro's reasoning, Han Yufan felt it made sense. According to Tongning's personality, she has given up her chance at a lot of things in the past, one more time isn't going to matter to her. He was certain she would agree, so he comforted Mo Euro, I will speak to her about it. Don't be angry, okay? Mo Euro bawled her eyes out as she fell into Han Yufan's arms. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Tongning and Lan Jia had returned to the office. Mo Euro immediately held back her tears and distanced herself from Han Yufan, looking at him like she was being treated unfairly. Until Tongning pushed open the door and entered the room. Tongning, where did you go last night? Did you know I looked for you all night? Han Yufan asked one question after another. Tongning glanced at him and then at Mo Euro. It's all a misunderstanding between Euro and I. I've already released a statement to clear it all up. Don't make a fuss over it, will you? Tongning looked away without a word. She knew very well what Han Yufan meant by looking for her all night. He had obviously been searching so hard he ended up searching in bed with Mo Euro. Otherwise, there was no way he wouldn't have noticed she no longer lived in her original home. Too bad, the issue with Miss Mo and I isn't a misunderstanding. Tongning spoke calmly, I helped her so many times, yet she turned around and bit me. In both your eyes, am I that easy to bully? Tongning, Euro was worried there were reporters around, so that was the only thing she could do. Really? Tongning questioned suspiciously. Regardless, this incident is over, let's not dwell on it. As for the HF spokesperson deal, how about you return it to Euro? This deal is very important to her. You've already retreated and won't be doing any shows, so, you have no use being spokesperson, Han Yufan said straightforwardly with the tone of a superior, forcing Tongning to hand over the deal back to Mo Euro. Exactly, Tongning, you haven't done a show for so many years, you're not even familiar with the stage anymore. Mo Euro added, on top of everything, the deal was originally mine anyway. HF must have thought, since I was injured I wouldn't be able to recover in time, that's why they chose you. You don't want to be a substitute, do you? These words, coming from Miss Mo, sound a bit ironic, Tongning responded coldly, forcing Han Yufan to snap back. Tongning, you weren't like this before. If you still love me, you wouldn't take on this deal. For the sake of the company's future, we need Euro to win the award so we can elevate our company's standing in the industry. Han Yufan's words obviously carried a threatening tone. He had gone so far as to use love as a reason. Listening up to this point, Mo Euro was laughing on the inside. She knew Tongning would do anything for Han Yufan, let alone give up a deal. Yufan, quick, give HF a call. Let them know Tongning is too busy planning her wedding and can't take on any new jobs. Han Yufan nodded, reaching for the phone. But, just as he grabbed hold of it, Tongning stopped him, the deal, I have already accepted it. Tongning. Han Yufan exclaimed in shock. Tongning had never gone against any of his decisions before. Don't forget, I am also a model of Tianyi Entertainment. Actually, I've already spoken to HF's founder, Mr. Eugene, and he is looking forward to working together. Chapter 14, Putting on a Good Show. Tongning, I am the president of Tianyi Entertainment. The power of decision-making stands with me, not you. Han Yufan was filled with anger as he looked at Tongning. Why must you take Euro's deal? You think I took the deal just because I wanted to? HF requested for the swap. I was just worried in the end, we would be left with nothing, so I tried to hold on to the contract for you. Originally, I didn't believe any of the rumors regarding you and Mo Euro, but the fact that you'd rather make a loss than have her lose her spokesperson deal, makes me wonder if the two of you. Of course not. What are you thinking? Han Yufan immediately denied any relations. I just felt that since we are about to get married, why can't you just stay at home and look after our family? Then, will you go explain to Mr. Eugene? Tongning loosened her grip on the phone. She had a look of disappointment. Also, what do you mean by I took the deal from Mo Euro? Haven't I allowed her to take enough from me? For the sake of helping her, I've already offended everyone. Who would have thought, in the end, she wouldn't even acknowledge my kindness? Tongning, at that time, you were the one that suddenly announced you were retreating from the limelight, hence your jobs were given to me. What do you mean by you allowed me? Mo Euro was not backing down as she started an argument with Tongning. The thing she hated the most was people saying she cleaned up after Tongning. Also, with your ability and popularity right now, if you were to say you allowed me to take anything from you, no one would believe it. Fine, if you are able to convince Mr. Eugene into changing his mind, then I step down. No comments. Han Yufan was stuck in a difficult position between the two women. Most importantly, Tongning was still angry, or else she wouldn't have disobeyed his orders, something she had never done before. HF had indeed requested for the spokesperson to be swapped to Tongning, so, in the end, Han Yufan stepped in and split the two apart. Stop arguing, since it was HF's request, then we will just go with what's been decided. The spokesperson will be swapped to Tongning. President Han. Mo Euro whined. It's decided. The two of you can leave first. Tongning, ask Long Jia to come in, Han Yufan ordered coldly. It was obvious that, although he had no choice but to swap to Tongning, he hated the feeling of being stepped all over by her. Tongning was clever and knew exactly what Han Yufan was thinking, but, if he was expecting her to carefully consider his feelings, he was dreaming. Mo Euro followed closely behind Tongning. She was boiling up inside and it was obvious from the expression on her face, she could barely control her anger. Luckily, even though Tongning appeared to be making a comeback, in actual fact, she wasn't very popular. If she was to tear down this outdated model, it would be too easy. So, she turned to her assistant and said, in a moment, take a few photos of me working hard to recover and post them online. Let's create some commotion amongst my fans and get them to complain that Tongning has stolen my deal. If I can't have it, I won't let her have it. Don't worry, I know what to do, her assistant nodded knowingly. After returning to her room, Tongning looked at Long Jia and winked. Don't be nervous. Nervous? Are you kidding me? Who do you think I am? Long Jia rolled her eyes. It's not my first day on the job. If Han Yufan wants to tear me down, it's not that easy. Let's wait and see. As she spoke, Long Jia walked out with a fierce expression. Previously, Tongning had not pushed to advance, but now, the situation had changed. Long Jia no longer had to hold back. Not long after, Long Jia made her way into Han Yufan's office and Han Yufan threw a contract in front of her without hesitation. Prepare to compensate us for breaching your contract and leave. Leave? Long Jia laughed. President Han, you must have a bad memory. When I first signed my contract with Tianyi, my salary and Tongning's appearance fee was clearly stated. However, all these years, Tongning's appearances had been overtaken by Mo Euro and my salary was nowhere near what was promised, so who breached the contract first? Plus, the article I released was all for the sake of Tongning, so which part of the contract did I breach? You. Han Yufan couldn't believe he was being told off by a manager. His pride was hurt. If you aren't afraid of making things worse, we can always take things to court, it doesn't matter to me. But, how many people in the industry will lose trust in Tianyi Entertainment? Long Jia asked in a provoking manner. What do you want then? I want us to end on a good note. I will sign the papers and leave, whereas you will not continue asking for any compensation. From this moment on, we don't owe each other anything. Han Yufan glared at Long Jia angrily, but, because Mo Euro was involved, he couldn't argue back. Earlier on, when Long Jia and Tongning had met, they had already predicted this would happen. So, in the end, Han Yufan had no choice but to sign the papers. Leave, I don't want to see you again. Han Yufan, let me give you a warning, there is no wall thick enough to block out everything. The way you have treated Tongning, you will soon have to pay it back 1,000 times. After speaking, Long Jia left the office with the cancelled contract in her hands. Han Yufan, who was left standing in the room, thought about the words Long Jia had said. In anger, he grabbed the table in front of him and flipped it. Tongning wasn't worried about Long Jia at all. After all, it was so easy to find flaws in the contract. Most importantly, Han Yufan was strewn with guilt. After cancelling the contract, Long Jia didn't leave the building, instead, she stayed by Tongning's side. When Han Yufan eventually left his room, they ran straight into each other. Why are you still here? Tongning froze for a moment, before she replied, I've just hired Long Jia. Tongning, your manager contract is managed by the company, how could you hire a new manager? Tongning was driving Han Yufan crazy. Oh, I didn't hire a manager, I hired her as my assistant. It's my right to hire my own assistant, isn't it? Tongning smiled calmly, after all, Long Jia has taken care of me for so many years, I've gotten used to it. Tongning, what's wrong with you? Why do you keep going against me? Han Yufan pulled Tongning to one side and asked her angrily. Because Long Jia is more thoughtful than you, everything she does is for my sake. Just because I took on a deal, doesn't mean she would accuse me of stealing from others. After hearing this, Han Yufan went silent, looking at Tongning coldly. Tongning, you've always been supportive of my career. Why are you like this? I've said it before, the incident with the crown star would be the last time I take on the blame for both of you. Tongning remained calm, so calm that her eyes were emotionless. If you really want to be this childish, I think, our wedding should be called off. Han Yufan used their wedding as a means to threaten Tongning. After all these years, Tongning had been the one that stuck by his side, willing to do anything. Quite some time passed. Tongning remained silent, like she was contemplating. Han Yufan assumed she had given up and was regretting going against him. But, who would have thought, this would be Tongning's response. Chapter 15, the number 1 shameful and stupid model. Oh. You don't want to get married? Then we won't do it. Tongning smiled, let's wait until you are no longer busy, we can talk about it later. Like this, Han Yufan was flustered. He reached out his hand and placed it overbearingly onto Tongning's shoulder. With an angry look in his eyes, he asked, do you not love me anymore? What about you? Do you love me? Tongning carefully slipped out of Han Yufan's grasp. She had promised Mo Ting she wasn't going to have physical contact with another man. Han Yufan was stunned. He opened his mouth, but no words came out, because, towards Tongning, he had never had any feelings, he was only using her. He slowly relaxed his hands. We are already at the stage of getting married, why would you question our love? You will become my wife soon, can't you think on my behalf? It wasn't easy for Euro to be nominated for the top 10 model awards. Tongning, I'm just annoyed that you can't be more understanding. Tongning slowly distanced herself from Han Yufan. She remained composed, then from now on, you may have to get used to how I am now. After their conversation, Tongning left Han Yufan standing there alone as she left the building. Han Yufan was puzzled, he didn't understand why Tongning's attitude had changed so much. But, after careful thought, he assumed she was still jealous of him and Mo. However, he didn't have the energy to go coax her. After all, Mo was still in need of comforting and Tongning had never been one to make others worry. After her anger subsides, things will most likely go back to normal. She's always been so useless, without any temper to even stick up for herself. Tongning knew Han Yufan wasn't going to chase after her heart had already given up on him. Instead, she was quickly hurrying home to see Mo Ting. At the thought of Mo Ting, Tongning's heart felt like it was suddenly lit up by a bright light. "Tongning, I'll take you home first so you can recharge your batteries. Tomorrow, we will be signing a contract for you to shoot on location," Long Jia said happily to Tongning. "Long Jia, cancel the lease on your home and move over to my old home. Give my home a bit of life. You can change the locks as well. If Han Yufan asks, just say you have moved over to take care of me and it is no longer convenient for him to have the keys," Tongning suggested. "Tomorrow, I will sign a new contract with you." "Okay. Works for me, this way I can save some money." After their conversation, Long Jia looked at Tongning with an ambiguous smile. The mighty president of Hai Rui Entertainment, how is he in that aspect? "Don't be so nosy, okay?" Tongning replied, staring into Long Jia's eyes. After returning home, Tongning had a lot of free time since Mo Ting was still out for the day. She headed for the kitchen and found the servants cooking. Lifting up her sleeves, she offered, "Let me help." "Madam, how could we trouble you?" The chef in charge of the meals was a middle-aged woman over 40. She liked Tongning as she gave off a peaceful vibe. "How about this, you rest for the day and allow me to cook for Mo Ting tonight." Tongning led the chef out of the kitchen. By the time Mo Ting arrived home, it was already late at night. However, as soon as he entered the house, the first thing he did was look for Tongning. Wearing an apron and standing in the kitchen barefooted, Mo Ting found Tongning concentrated on cooking. Mo Ting was surprised as he stared at her quietly. He was immediately attracted by her long slender legs. He walked straight over to her and hugged her from behind as he gently kissed her on the ear. "President Mo, don't muck around, I'm cooking fish." Mo Ting reached over and turned off the stove. Lifting her chin, he went directly for her lips, "But, right now, I just want to eat you up." Tongning put down the kitchen utensils in her hands and turned around to hug Mo Ting, clumsily returning his kiss. His soft touch captivated her, and as she noticed the charming mole on his ear, she became completely infatuated. Mo Ting's kisses were intermittent but gentle, inching slowly down her body, eventually returning to her collarbone where he stopped, "Any lower and I won't be able to control myself." "Fish. I need to finish cooking the fish." Tongning pulled away from Mo Ting's lips, once again lighting up the stove, finishing off what she had started. Mo Ting chuckled and reached his hand out to pat Tongning's head as he admired her creation. "Let me help you." "President Mo can cook?" Tongning asked, raising her eyebrows. "Today, I'll allow this. But, from now on, no more entering the kitchen. I don't want you to get hurt." Mo Ting was protective of Tongning, especially her legs. Inside he was even considering buying insurance for them. "So controlling," Tongning commented, but deep down she understood it was because he cared. The married couple prepared dinner quietly. It turned out, they were both great chefs. Tongning cooked Mo Ting's favorite dish, while Mo Ting cooked Tongning's favorite dish. Without difficulty, the dining table was soon filled with a satisfying feast. In perfect sync, the couple looked at the dining table amazed. After all, enjoying life like this couldn't be done by just anyone. "Tomorrow, I might have to go to Lucerne for a photo shoot. I most likely won't be able to return home," Tongning reported to Mo Ting honestly. "Aren't you signing the contract tomorrow? Will you be leaving straight away in the afternoon?" HF's new product launch is urgent," Tongning nodded. "Mo Ting, give me a bit more time. I will definitely rise to a position you are proud of. I've never doubted you." Mo Ting placed some food in Tongning's plate. Their eyes met, both looking at each other admiringly. Of course, Mo Ting was most looking forward to seeing Tongning slowly advance and how miserable Han Yufan and Mo Yuro would be. After a windy night, it started to shower lightly. Upon returning to Han Yufan's home, Mo Yuro grabbed everything she could and threw it on the ground, breaking them into pieces. Especially when she thought of Tongning signing the contract tomorrow, her heart could not accept it. Worst of all, Han Yufan had actually helped Tongning. This was the most unbearable thing for her. Han Yufan threw open the door to find a shocking scene in front of him. He spotted Mo Yuro standing with a vase in her hands. Immediately, he ran over and embraced Mo Yuro in a hug. "Don't be so upset, it's not good for the baby." "I'm surprised you know it's bad for the baby, even though you just watched as Tongning stole my deal. We still have plenty of chances. I'm already working on securing an even bigger collaboration. Stop paying attention to Tongning. Even if she was to become spokesperson, what would come of it?" Han Yufan continuously patted Mo Yuro on the shoulder. "Babe, listen to me, don't hurt yourself. Even if you do this, I'm still not convinced." Mo Yuro raised her head with tears in her eyes. "She's held on to you for so many years, I will definitely not allow her to have what she wants." In reality, she had already ordered her assistant to create a commotion among her fans, and she was already seeing results. Her fans had already started discussions about tearing down Tongning and were throwing insults at her. If she was to lose, she wasn't going to allow Tongning to win. Most importantly, she ordered her assistant to post up the details of Tongning's schedule tomorrow, giving anti-fans the opportunity to cause trouble to Tongning. Does Tongning really think it's so easy to be a spokesperson? Tomorrow, she will become the airport's #1 shameful and stupid model. Chapter 16, Give the contract back to Yuro. The official contract signing ceremony with HF was to be held at 9 a.m. and would be broadcasted live as well as officially announced to the public. It seemed, regarding the war between Tongning and Mo Yuro, HF had chosen Tongning's side. 3 years had passed since Tongning last attended an event like this. She had almost forgotten how it felt. But, as soon as she put on her creamy white low-back dress and the jewelry that HF had sponsored her, she was once again glowing with confidence. Long Jia left the house nice and early to drive over to Hyatt Regency. As she was Tongning's assistant, Mo Ting had given her special permission to enter their villa as she pleased. She had originally prepared a dress for Tongning. But when she entered the huge walk-in wardrobe Mo Ting had given to Tongning, she couldn't believe her eyes. "He is indeed the president of Hai Rue, generous with good taste," Long Jia praised. At that exact time, Mo Ting came out from his own wardrobe. As soon as he saw Tongning, he turned to Long Jia. "I have something I need to say to Tongning." "Okay, I'll step out for a bit." Long Jia turned around understandingly and closed the door as she left. Tongning stood in front of the mirror smiling sweetly at Mo Ting, fresh and elegant like a blooming lily. It was hard for one not to turn all their attention to her. "What do you want to say to me?" Mo Ting didn't say a word. Instead, he took big steps towards Tongning and hugged her from behind. He then turned her neck so he could cover her mouth with his. "I want to kiss you and even more. I want to adore you. I'm going to be late." Tongning also didn't want to part with Mo Ting's lips. "I will watch the live broadcast." Tongning nodded her head with satisfaction. She hooked her arm onto Mo Ting's as they walked out of the villa together. Truthfully, anyone looking at the couple would believe they were a perfect match. Tongning was like white snow emanating a sense of pureness, whereas Mo Ting was alluring like a dangerous dark night. Long Jia was captivated by the sight of the couple. This is how a married couple should look like. Unlike Han Yufan the jerk, who would not be so pleasing to the eye. A little while later, Tongning boarded the car with Long Jia's assistance. On the way, Long Jia spoke while driving. "The contract signing will be at 9 a.m, we should arrive at 8:50 a.m. just right. Your arrangements have always been on point." Tongning looked down and swiped her phone. "The plane will be at 3 p.m. and Mo Yuro has arranged for anti-fans to stop you at the airport. Among her fans, they have discussed a plan to make you look bad. One of them will find the chance to embarrass you and others will pretend to be passers-by aiming to skew the judgment of onlookers. Long Jia screwed up her nose in disgust. This was something primary school kids did, and unfortunately, childish acts like this always seem to hurt others the most. All this information, how did you find out about it? Tongning was quite surprised. Because I have Xiao Hao hiding amongst them. Long Jia hummed proudly, we'll just let these kids be happy for a bit. After the video is released, we'll see whose face gets slapped harder. Tongning laughed as she shook her head. Mo Euro certainly had the ability to gather anti-fans. In comparison, her number of active fans looked pitiful. However, there were still a few that were looking forward to her appearance at the airport. 8:50 a.m., right on time, Tongning arrived at the hotel where the contract signing was to take place and walked down the red carpet in front of the reporters. Long Jia had selected to arrive at 8:50 a.m. because any earlier, Tongning would have devalued herself. At the same time, she had to make sure they wouldn't be late, so Long Jia timed everything perfectly. Tongning, after your public apology, you disappeared. When you appeared again, you took Mo Euro's contract. Was this all part of your plan? Mo Euro released photos of her working hard to stand up again this morning. Is she accusing you of stealing her deal? Tongning, are you planning to make a comeback? Tongning smiled the entire time without responding to any of the reporters' questions. After entering the hotel, she listened carefully to HF's arrangements and cooperated accordingly. On the other hand, Han Yufan, who was originally meant to attend the signing, couldn't attend because he was busy, so Tongning was accompanied by her assistant instead. This gave the public the impression that Tongning and Tianyi Entertainment were on bad terms. However, Han Yufan was indeed busy being held back by Mo Euro. There was no way she would allow Han Yufan to attend the signing and support Tongning. Hairui Entertainment. Mo Ting was sitting in his office watching the live broadcast. On screen, Tongning didn't appear demanding, she was quiet and beautiful but was hard to ignore. As the contract signing reached its end, Mo Ting phoned his assistant through the intercom. This afternoon, send 4 bodyguards to protect Tongning all the way until she boards the plane. Yes, President. Mo Ting knew, regarding the spokesperson deal, on the surface everything seemed to be smooth sailing, but in actual fact, there were rough seas ahead. After the contract signing, Tongning and HF's founder sat down for lunch together. 1 p.m., Tongning left the hotel to head directly for the airport. The closer they got to their destination, the more nervous Long Jia became. Tongning, I will try my best to protect you, you also have to protect yourself. Long Jia, do you think I haven't prepared myself? Tongning smiled as usual. Right now, everything was within their control, what was there to fear? 3 years ago, she already experienced everything. Not long after, Long Jia got out of the car first. After taking the luggage out, she assisted Tongning out as well. At first, no one noticed the two of them. However, as soon as they stepped into the airport, a bunch of fans ran over with flowers to greet them. The flowers were shoved into Tongning's hands, but before she could grab hold of them, the flowers and other gifts fell to the floor. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Wearing sunglasses and face masks, her fans were disappointed upon seeing their gifts being mistreated. Tongning, what is the meaning of this? We gave you flowers because we like you, how could you throw it on the floor? Even famous celebrities wouldn't dare treat their fans like this, let alone someone like you who isn't famous yet. Tongning knew these guys were here to cause trouble, so she immediately apologized. Sorry, I didn't get a grip yet. It wasn't on purpose. As if it wasn't on purpose, it was obvious that was your intention. I saw it too. You threw it away deliberately. The anti-fans were sparking up speculation amongst passers-by as they started to speak up. Just on your personality alone, how can you compare to Euro? Euro always greets her fans with a friendly smile, offering to take photos with them. Did you think, just by signing one contract, you would be able to replace her? More and more people crowded around and the number of curious people increased. In an instant, Tongning had roughly over 100 people surrounding her. Because of the increasing number of people, the anti-fans decided to initiate the second step of their plan. Gathering the crowd closer, they started to push and shove Tongning around. why do you think Euro has stayed famous for 3 years while you became old news? I've realized now, it must be because you have a bad personality. Look how nice Euro is in comparison. Give the contract back to Euro. I agree. Originally, I quite liked you, but you actually went ahead and threw the flowers your fans gave you onto the floor. You can't compare to Euro even a tiny bit. You don't deserve to take Euro's contract. What schemes did you use? Tell us. Chapter 17, The Viral Indecent Video. The fans' interrogations got louder and louder as passers-by started to take photos and discuss what was going on. They felt Tongning was shameless, to them Mo Euro's character was much more trustworthy. Tongning was completely surrounded, leaving her with no room to escape. So, instead, she calmed herself down and removed her sunglasses, revealing her bare face to the public. If you want me to answer your questions, I can do that, but first, can I ask you a few questions? Go ahead. The anti-fans looked at Tongning wondering what trick she had up her sleeves. You say you are my fans, so can you tell me, what year did I debut, what year did I receive awards and what awards were they? After hearing her questions, the anti-fans looked blankly at each other. How could they know this information about Tongning? They despised her. We are new fans. Regardless, you threw our gifts on the floor, so you are in the wrong, one of them responded. Whether or not I threw the flowers on the floor, even if I was to not explain, I'm sure the airport's cameras would have captured everything. But, I already apologized immediately after dropping them, I'm sure everyone heard. I've also previously acknowledged, within the industry, there is still much to learn from Euro. So, what else are you not happy with? Tongning spoke gently, not forceful at all, but straight to the point. This girl that was causing trouble definitely wasn't her fan. It was obvious she was the fan of Mo Euro, whose name hung to her lips. The fact that Tongning had already apologized and responded with a modest attitude, the majority of passers-by were starting to change their minds. They felt that Mo Euro's fans were petty and had gone too far. Fine, it's true, I am also a fan of Euro's. We just feel you don't deserve to be compared to her. On top of everything, you even stole her contract, you should return it to her. After speaking, the anti-fans started to push Tongning. Tongning staggered and almost fell. Luckily, the bodyguards Mo Ting sent arrived just in time, squeezing through the crowd to hold on to her. They also started to separate the crowd from Tongning. Long Jia couldn't hold in her anger anymore. She stood between the anti-fans and Tongning as she turned her head slightly. You go ahead first and wait for me, I'll be right there. Okay. As usual, Tongning didn't argue. She just simply put her sunglasses back on. Oomph. If you don't give us an explanation today and don't return the contract back to Euro, don't even think about boarding the plane. The anti-fans warned as they linked their hands, forming a human barrier. Do you really believe in Mo Euro's character that much? Long Jia asked with a deeper meaning. It's definitely better than that of your cheap models. These words, I've recorded it. Long Jia raised her phone. When the time is right, I'll send you all a huge gift. Long Jia placed the phone to her head and called the police. The police immediately arrived to escort Tongning away from the crowd with the help of Mo Ting's bodyguards. Tongning quickly disappeared from the view of the public, but before the police left she whispered something to them. Tongning, Mo Euro has made the news about you stealing her contract the #1 discussion. Long Jia looked at her phone as she spoke. Then, what are you waiting for? Release the video. Tongning replied while walking. I've been waiting for this moment. Now those fans can see, whether their goddess is an innocent lady or a SL*T. After speaking, Long Jia phoned a reporter friend, post up the video we prepared earlier. Han Yufan, let's see how many times you can save Mo Euro. Tianyi Entertainment's Artists Resting Lounge. Mo Euro was celebrating that the discussion she started had hit #1. On top of that, she received photos from her fans of the scene at the airport. Tongning had been pushed to the point where she couldn't even fight back, it completely satisfied her hatred. She wanted Tongning to have a taste of what it's like to steal her contract. This was only one of the consequences, the worst was yet to come. Euro, after this heated incident, I'm sure you will get even better deals than the one offered by HF, her assistant flattered as he massaged her shoulder. Of course. I have to secure a place at the top 10 model awards. Mo Euro smiled confidently. Her confidence was due to the fact that Han Yufan had reassured her earlier on. As promised, Han Yufan appeared at the doorway all of a sudden holding a contract to discuss with her. Quick, my top 10 model, a big advertisement is here, let's hold a meeting immediately. Mo Euro nodded her head, she was exceptionally pleased as she headed into the meeting room to discuss the details. Although Euro lost the contract with HF, she has managed to secure a deal with an international makeup brand. She is indeed Tianyi Entertainment's precious gem. Han Yufan showered Mo Euro with praises. As for Tongning, from now on, if anyone asks for her, respond by telling them she is getting married and won't be taking any more jobs. After hearing these words, Mo Euro's smile grew even larger. However, just as the two were conversing with their eyes, Han Yufan suddenly received a phone call. At first, he had a smile plastered across his face, but afterwards, the smile disappeared. Mr. Blair, how could you cancel the contract all of a sudden? The indecent video of you and Mo Euro has already gone viral. I am extremely ashamed of the two of you. What rubbish. With that, he hung up the phone angrily. What happened? Mo Euro asked. The advertiser has requested for a solution to something. While he was speaking, Han Yufan pulled out his phone. At the top of search rankings was a video of him and Mo Euro in the hospital bed getting intimate. This time it wasn't just a photo, it was a video. It was a video that they couldn't deny. Seeing his reaction, Mo Euro immediately stormed over and grabbed the phone from his hand. Upon seeing the video, she was so stunned, she dropped the phone onto the floor. How could this happen? How? Everyone in the meeting room immediately picked up their phones to see what was going on, while Mo Euro, like being caught on the spot cheating, started yelling at everyone, "Don't look. Don't search. It's over. Everything's over." Han Yufan angrily plopped down into his chair. Who is it exactly that is trying to go against me? Apart from Tianyi Entertainment's internal departments, Mo Euro's official page was also in an uproar. It was only today that they put all their trust in Mo Euro and stormed over to insult Tongning, but now they felt like they had been slapped across the face. At this time, Long Jia and Tongning had already boarded their flight. Long Jia was logged into Mo Euro's fan club, watching as the anti-fans self-destructed. I never thought Mo Euro would be so cheap. While we unknowingly idolized her, we must have been blind. From now on, I've lost all respect for her. Me too. Me too. We should take the initiative and prove Tongning's innocence. At the airport, we had deliberately insulted her, she must have known. However, she never tried to get back at us. Instead, while the police were stopping us, she even told them not to hurt us. I heard it all, but I didn't announce it, one of the fans said guiltily. Also, Tongning's schedule was given to us by Mo Euro's assistant, we need to post about this. After seeing the discussions, Long Jia's mouth was curving from ear to ear. So satisfying. That SL*T and jerk must be running around in a panic right now. Tongning, why are you so smart? I really love you. Long Jia wrapped Tongning in a hug as she planted a kiss on her cheek. But, I don't love you. Tongning replied, looking down at Long Jia teasingly. Then who do you love? President Mo? Tongning was indeed thinking of Mo Ting and was especially missing his kisses. Habit definitely was a scary thing, especially poisonous habits. Chapter 18, A Victorious Battle. In an instant, Han Yufan and Mo Euro's news became the talk of the town. Their previous efforts with PR had been completely overturned. Since Han Yufan and Tongning were an engaged couple, the video revealed Mo Euro was a third party that had stepped in between the two, so she quickly became a hated homewrecker that everyone cursed under their breaths. At this time, a member of the media stepped out to reveal that the Crown Star substitute incident was all Han Yufan and Mo Euro's idea and Tongning was forced to innocently take on all the blame. The netizens were in an uproar. Later that day, even bigger news was released regarding the incident at the airport. Tongming was previously criticized for disrespecting her fans, resulting in disgust from passers-by. But, after Mo Euro's indecent video was released, Mo Euro's official fan page posted up a statement clearing the entire incident of Tongming's fault. It was revealed that the fans had planned the entire incident beforehand, and they even pointed out it was all because they wanted to stick up for Mo Euro. Luckily, they had now realized the idol they were protecting was not worth it. On top of everything, evidence was posted up of Mo Euro's assistant privately providing details of Tongming's schedule to the fan club. Records of the discussions that took place in planning for what happened at the airport was also posted. In the end, a clarification letter on behalf of Tongming was released clearly explaining that Tongming hadn't thrown the flowers on the floor. They also praised Tongming for being polite and sincerely apologizing even though she knew she was being slandered. Most importantly, when she was being protected by the police, she caringly asked the police not to be so rough, in case they hurt someone. This was released by Mo Euro's official fan club, which meant Mo Euro's fan club had now become a defeated army. Even her biggest fans had now turned their back on her. How was anyone to trust Mo Euro ever again? The media continued to be negative, fans stepped all over her, even companies that had previously used Mo Euro as a spokesperson immediately took down their ads and sent out letters from their lawyers. Seeing all this, Mo Euro knew. She was over. She was completely over. Euro, you need to remain calm. You still have the child in your stomach. With this child, you don't have to be afraid that President Han won't obediently listen to you. Even if in the end, you can no longer be a famous model, at least, you can still be the wife of Tiany's CEO. Mo Euro's assistant tried to calm her down after seeing her throw everything on the floor. Don't damage your body, there's still a long road ahead. Hearing this, Mo Euro agreed with her assistant's reasoning. Even if Tongming was to make a comeback, so what? With the child in her stomach, she still had a chance to win. As soon as she stepped off the plane, Tongming received a phone call from Mo Ting. Long Jia also immediately searched up the progress of the ongoing battle. Their odds were looking good, it didn't seem like the tramp had any chance of a comeback. Should I congratulate my wife on a victorious battle? Mo Ting was sitting on his office chair as the contours of his face were highlighted by the rays of sunlight coming in through his office window. He looked handsome as usual. Tongming laughed gently and responded with a cheeky voice, "Must you congratulate me every time I make a move? Can't you tell? I'm just looking for an excuse to give you a call." Tongming's heart fluttered. "Too bad I can't come home tonight," she responded in a quiet whisper. "If you tell me you miss me, there might be a miracle," Mo Ting teased. "Do you want to try?" "Even if there was no miracle, I would still miss you," Tongming replied seriously, but because she was embarrassed, she hung up the phone before Mo Ting could give a response. On the other side of the phone, Mo Ting gave a muffled laugh as he immediately called Lu Che on the intercom. "Help me organize flights to Lucerne as soon as possible. While you're at it, pack all the documents I need to sign so I can take them onto the plane with me." Tongming had no idea there would be a surprise. After disembarking the plane, she went straight to the location of her shoot. As her contract included print ads, even though it was already night, she still entered the studio. Alongside her, there were a few foreign models that would be in the ad as well. Every one of them were extremely professional. Upon seeing Tongming standing around with no expression, the photographer was suddenly worried whether she would be able to meet expectations. The print ad required the model to be snapped in the spur of the moment and had a high degree of difficulty. Within a second, the model had to express emotions that suit the product. This was a real test of a model's acting abilities. Unfortunately, Tongming's body was hidden by the long dress she was wearing, so no one could see her positive features. It was not until she changed and stepped out that everyone could finally see her perfectly proportioned body. Everyone in the studio was stunned, whether it was her height or her measurements, everything met international standards. With her casual black patterned A-line dress, paired with a sleeveless dark denim jacket, she was completely exuding sexiness. But her expression. The photographer was still worried, so immediately walked over to Tongming to explain, "The photos we are taking today will have a slightly wild style, like a wildcat out for a stroll at night." "I understand," Tongming nodded calmly. The photographer didn't explain any further. "Asian models have always been of this quality, there is no point expecting too much. Come, everyone get in position. Let's start with some solo photos, Jason." The models that were called each walked up to stand in front of the screen. Quickly and professionally, they all completed their shots. Tongming was last. Because she was last, she was under extra pressure. After all, in terms of appearance, she couldn't compare to the foreigners. If her acting wasn't up to speed, the whole shoot could easily be foiled. "Tongming." Upon hearing the photographer's call, Tongming walked in front of the screen wearing HF's bracelet from their charming night collection. The photographer continuously explained how she should pose to achieve a wild look, but Tongming just smiled as she nodded understandingly. One thing the photographer hated the most was people that pretended they understood when they didn't. So, he spoke a few words before grabbing his camera and taking a few steps back. "Let's just try a few test shots to see how it turns out." "No, it's okay, let's just do it," Tongming requested. Seeing her confidence, the photographer anticipated seeing a joke. In aggravation, he warned, "You asked for it. Once I start, there won't be a second chance." "Okay," Tongming answered in her usual calmness. The other models all felt Tongming was digging her own grave. She was obviously given a chance yet. She didn't want it. What is she thinking? "Then, let's get started." The photographer waved as he looked at Tongming without much expectation. Tongming nodded, then. While everyone was gathered around waiting to watch her embarrass herself. In a split second she entered into a different state of mind, surprising all onlookers. They watched as she naturally spread her legs apart, wrapped her left hand around her right hand's wrist and gently spread apart her lips. As she bit the middle finger of her left hand, in an instant, everyone was stunned by the look in her eyes. It was so threatening. Compared to the weak persona she had earlier on, it was like she had turned into a completely different person. What impressed everyone the most was the bracelet on her wrist, which appeared to be supplying her with this wild energy. She and the product went perfectly together, like they had completely fused into one. The photographer was speechless. Where did HF find this gem? This level of professionalism is comparable to that of an international supermodel. Chapter 19, Let's Get Married Immediately. Above all, how was she so confident to refuse test shots, especially since she has to practically change poses every 3 seconds? No matter if Tongming had to act lazy, seductive, threatening or cute, as long as the photographer asked her to change poses, she immediately suited whatever theme was thrown at her. Her reactions were so quick that everyone watching was amazed. Long Jia was standing to one side. Upon seeing Tongming return to the Tongming she once knew, she was so emotional she almost cried out loud. Apart from tearing up, she also pulled out her phone to take photos of Tongming's various poses. She intended on forwarding them to Mo Ting. Because of Tongming's relation to Mo Ting, Long Jia felt extremely fortunate to have someone so mighty in her phone contacts. Of course, at this time Mo Ting was still on the plane. In the 4-hour photo shoot session, Tongming managed to convince the photographer and a few others in the industry with her professionalism. Even Mr. Eugene, who had previously told Tongming to leave, couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. He even personally explained to Tongming that he couldn't control his emotions last time because he was so angry about being lied to. After removing her makeup, Tongming returned to her expressionless self. Meanwhile, everyone was extremely happy with her, making Mr. Eugene's impression of her improve dramatically. Long Jia hurried over to cover Tongming with a jacket. At the same time, she handed over the flashing phone in her hand. Han Yufan is calling. Tongming's expression didn't change, her gaze just darkened a little, but she still picked up the phone. Hello? Tongming, have you seen or heard any news? Han Yufan asked, treading lightly. Why? Tongming asked, pretending to be calm. What happened? Oh, it's nothing. Han Yufan was sure Tongning hadn't found out yet since she was in Lucin. So, he hatched up a plan. Tongning, how about I fly to Lucin tomorrow? We can register our marriage there, it's perfect. The scenery is beautiful and the atmosphere is lovely, we can even take advantage of this opportunity to have a holiday. It could be our honeymoon. Han Yufan wanted to quickly trap Tongning. Actually, Tongning wasn't born into an ordinary family. She was the daughter of a famous perfume empire, but, because of her relationship with Han Yufan, she had a falling out with her family. They were on such bad terms, they practically cut all ties and refused to see each other again. But, in the end, she was still a Tang. When the Tang elders pass away, she would still have the right to fight for the inheritance. Han Yufan didn't want to let go of Tongning, not only because Tongning was naive and easy to fool, but one of the most important reasons was the inheritance. Since his and Mo Euro's video had been released, he could only take advantage of the fact that Tongning hadn't realized yet, to quickly force her to marry him. Under the suspicious relationship between you and Mo Euro, I don't think we should get married yet. Tongning refused straightforwardly. There's really nothing going on between Euro and I. The photos you saw were all a misunderstanding. If the photos are a misunderstanding, what about the video? Tongning questioned in an extremely calm tone. I am indeed in Lucin, but Lucin is still in the same country. Did you really think I wouldn't be able to see the news? Or did you think I was really that easy to coax and trick? Tongning. I didn't do it on purpose, trust me. We've been together for so many years, don't you know what type of person I am? Han Yufan acted innocent, trying to get pity. It was all her one-sided love. The person I love is you. Then, what if I was to say, if she remains in Tianyi Entertainment then I would leave, or if I was to remain, then she would have to leave? Tongning asked decisively. Tongning, I always thought you were the one that understood me the most, why must you pressure me like this? Han Yufan was a bit upset because he didn't want to give up on either side. Mo Euro was his first love and was pregnant with his child, whereas Tongning. Being put on the spot, Han Yufan couldn't decide what to do. If you feel like I am pressuring you, you are free to go look for Mo Euro, she's very understanding. Must it be like this? In actual fact, Han Yufan had already decided to give up on Mo Euro. After all, Mo Euro's family background was quite average. The only reason she had got to where she was today was because he had pushed her to that position. If he was to compare her to Tongning, she at best was just the type to play around with. Give me some time to speak to Euro, afterwards we will get married immediately. I'll be waiting. Tongning appeared to respond calmly, but her words contained hidden feelings of contempt. How can someone like Mo Euro let go of Han Yufan that easily? She even has a child on the way. Long Jiao looked at Tongning's scornful look and immediately grabbed the phone out of her hand. From now on, we won't take any of his calls. Saves us from ruining the mood. Let's return to the hotel, I'm tired. Tongning smiled like nothing happened. Long Jia nodded and immediately escorted her back to the hotel. Their rooms were next to each other. Long Jia opened the door for Tongning and comforted her. Have some rest. Don't think too much, you still have an outdoors shoot tomorrow. Tongning nodded before closing the door. Turning around, she suddenly noticed the sound of water coming from the bathroom. Who's there? She asked cautiously. The person inside seemed to have heard her voice as he reached out and turned off the tap. Tongning was worried she had entered the wrong room, so quickly headed for the door. However, at that moment, a tall figure stepped out of the bathroom, grabbed her by the waist and embraced her in a hug. It's me. Tongning turned around to see Mo Ting. She was surprised for a moment. You. How? Didn't I say there would be a miracle? Mo Ting loosened his grip before planting a kiss on her lips. Flying during the day is tiring, so I decided to have a shower first to relax. Tongning's mind was in a blur. Never would she have imagined Mo Ting meant what he said. She immediately wrapped her arms around his waist. My dear wife. Should I remind you? I'm not wearing anything? After hearing this, Tongming instinctively looked down as her face flushed red. Then you go continue your shower. But I want to go together. With those words, Mo Ting didn't wait for a response. He directly carried Tongming in his arms straight into the bathroom and placed her under the shower. Grabbing her chin, he planted a passionate kiss on her lips. Don't be so rough, I still need to shoot an advertisement tomorrow. Tongming still had a little bit of awareness. Mo Ting smirked before moving downwards. What about here? Separated by a layer of clothing, Tongming trembled and soon lost her senses. Under the shower, the couple continued to kiss passionately and hug. But, as usual, before taking the final step, they were both already satisfied. After showering, one of them peacefully applied skin care, while the other leaned against the bed reviewing some documents. Glancing over at Mo Ting, Tongming's heart hurt a little. You're already here, yet you still have to work? Mo Ting nodded as he closed up the documents and waved at Tongming. When she finally sat down in his arms, he smiled apologetically. It's a habit. Am I not attractive enough? Today, Han Yufan called and said he wanted to marry me. Tongming complained sadly. Chapter 20, Han Yufan's Choice. With one quick thrust, Mo Ting grabbed onto Tongming's waist and pulled her close to his chest as he whispered into her ear with a dangerous tone, Then, will you marry him? I admit I was once blind, but I am certain I am heading in the right direction now. Tongming murmured, You are my direction. Mo Ting flipped over, positioning himself on top of Tongming. He looked at her seriously with his ink-like eyes. I can barely control myself anymore. But it's not enough. Even though we have already registered. I'm still hoping for you to get to know me properly and to be certain that you want to spend the rest of your life with me. When the time comes that we are both certain we want to be together, that's when we can truly belong to each other. In this industry, my options are endless. I can have whatever I want. The only thing I can't find is a pure heart. Then let's try hard and work towards the same goal. Let's walk the same path and live the same life, Tongming replied seriously. I really never thought President Mo, who is sitting high up above everyone else in the entertainment industry, isn't after a fun and carefree lifestyle. I thought you would be a player with a multitude of women. Have you never wanted that? When a woman asks a question like this, there is no need to answer. All a man needs to do is respond with a passionate kiss. After speaking, Mo Ting laid down a kiss, and just like he predicted, a passionate kiss indeed makes a lover forget all their worries. That night, embraced by Mo Ting's hug, Tongming slept extremely sweetly. Compared to Tongming's happiness, Han Yufan's day was definitely not going well. He was in a predicament due to Tongming's request for Mo Euro to leave Tianyi Entertainment. Mo Euro not only had his child in her stomach, in her hands she also had evidence of his bad deeds. He couldn't offend either woman. Full of uncertainty, Han Yufan drove back to his home. Upon seeing Mo Euro sitting sadly on the sofa, his heart sank. Yufan. Mo Euro cried as she flew into his arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. What should I do? Does this mean I can't be a model anymore? Euro. How about you go overseas temporarily to take care of your pregnancy? After our baby is born, you can return. When that time comes, I promise, I will do what I have done before. I'll make you famous again. After hearing his words, Mo Euro froze in realization. You're asking me to go overseas? Han Yufan, are you planning to sacrifice me? Let me tell you, I'm not as stupid as Tongming to believe your words. I definitely will not go. Plus, Han Yufan, don't forget, my stomach still contains your child. I've already been your lover for so many years. Do you really think you can just kick me aside like this? That's not what I meant. Han Yufan, think carefully. Who do you want to spend the rest of your life with? Do you love Tongming? Of course I love you, only you. Han Yufan responded painfully, but Tongming set out conditions. If you don't leave Tianyi, she won't marry me. Even if you marry her, you aren't guaranteed everything the Tang family owns. Mo Euro reasoned. The Tang family doesn't care about Tongming. Even if she was to return to the household, how much would she be able to inherit? Yufan, do you really want to put all your eggs in the one basket, to find in the end you've gained nothing? Stay with me, at least you have me and our child. The three of us can build a future together, isn't that what you want? Yufan, think about it carefully. Do you want me, or do you want Tongning? All I need is one word from you and I can go directly to the hospital to organize an abortion. I'll leave Tanny and never appear in front of you again. Han Yufan didn't respond as he stood blankly in place. Seeing no response, Mo Euro immediately picked up her phone to ring her assistant. Help me make an appointment at the hospital, I want to have an abortion. What are you doing? Han Yufan swiped the phone out of her hand. Don't be so impulsive, did I say I wouldn't be choosing you? Upon hearing his words, Mo Euro's face lit up. Does that mean you choose me? I love you the most and yet you want to have an abortion, how could I allow you to do such a thing? All these years, I've been protecting you, have you not realized? Han Yufan ended up settling on a decision. He decided to end things with Tongning. He just felt it was a pity to give up on the Tang family. But just like Mo Euro reasoned, there was no guarantee for the future. He couldn't give up on Mo Euro and his child over an illusion. I knew it, you've always treated me the best. Mo Euro broke into tears of joy as she gave Han Yufan a big hug. I will definitely give birth to your child and make your sisters and mother happy. As long as you don't stir up any more trouble, I will be very thankful. Don't go online too much and don't listen to the insults online. News like this will pass. Although this scandal will definitely affect the judge's image of you for the top 10 model awards. This award is more focused on a model's professionalism, so we shouldn't give up on our goals. I will listen to you, however, there is one thing you must listen to me. Mo Euro pulled Han Yufan onto the sofa next to her. Continue to freeze Tongning's jobs. Look at how arrogant she is right now. All because she secured a deal, she thinks she's all that and even tried to go against the company. But Tanny can live without Tongning. If we want to find a model, it's not hard, Mo Euro stated. However, we also can't let her go. If she's given the chance, she will definitely seek revenge on us. We will hold on to her and freeze her. After 3 years is up, she will be so old she won't be able to make a comeback. But at present, Tongning has a lot of people cheering for her and her feedback is really good. Doesn't that make things easier? Let's wait till she returns from Lucin. Find her a corporate client, a brand that's low-end and disgusting, so her image declines. Han Yufan looked at Mo Euro. He knew what she suggested was a bit extreme, but Han Yufan couldn't refuse, he just simply nodded. I'll do as you say. Plus, all companies that want to work with Tongning, we will reply to them saying Tongning doesn't want to work with them. Han Yufan hugged Mo Euro as he planted a kiss on her forehead. This time his decision came from his heart, he would end things with Tongning. After they end their relationship, Tongning would simply be a contracted model of Tanny's with a term of 3 years remaining. Just like Mo Euro had said, he had to prevent Tongning from becoming famous and finding a chance to revenge against them. So, from now on he could only continue to step all over her. Chapter 21, New Manager, Lin Wei. The next day, they were scheduled to film a commercial. Tongning was supposed to film with a few other models, however. The photographer felt Tongning's presence was too strong. If there were too many people, they would only serve as a contrast to accentuate her. So, in the end, only one male model remained. Early in the morning, Long Jia knocked on Tongning's room door, however. When Tongning came to open the door, she appeared to be hiding something, not allowing Long Jia to enter. Long Jia immediately looked at Tongning as she asked, "Is there someone else in the room?" Tongning. How could you be like this? Although you have split up with that jerk, you only just got married to Mo Ting, how could you mess around like this? Let me in, let me in, let me see who's so brave to seduce my precious Tongning. Long Jia was a bit agitated. With her strength, she appeared to be ready to push open the door. However, at this time, Mo Ting reached out his hand to stop it. His tall and fit physique shrouded the two. "Big boss, it's you." Long Jia was stunned as she laughed awkwardly. Mo Ting glanced at Long Jia briefly. His gaze carried a sense of approval because, with her around, Mo Ting would be rest assured no man could get close to Tong Ning. So, without a word, he headed into the bathroom to shower. After seeing him leave, Long Jia rested on Tong Ning's arm as she spoke. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? You made me embarrass myself in front of such an important person." "I only found out last night when I returned to the room," Tong Ning shrugged innocently. "Oh God. He's so romantic. Someone as busy as President Mo actually caught a direct flight to a place like this to keep you company. Tong Ning, your luck really has changed. Thinking about all those years you've spent with that jerk, when did he ever visit you at your work?" Long Jia lit up. "Indeed, there is a difference between different people. Are we still going to the location of the shoot?" Tong Ning reminded, even though she acted like she didn't care the night before. "Is President Mo coming?" "He should be coming," Tong Ning whispered. Mo Ting had come all this way, of course he couldn't miss watching Tong Ning's performance. The show at Hai Center was already unforgettable. He was looking forward to seeing how Tong Ning would perform at an outdoor shoot. 30 minutes later, the three of them arrived at the location of the shoot. Because he couldn't reveal his identity, Mo Ting could only watch from afar. Tong Ning stepped out of the change room in a light blue lace dress which hugged her curvy body, highlighting her positive attributes, especially her long slender legs which looked like they had no limit. She looked perfect, like a sculpturist's work of art. The theme for today's shoot was a bride chasing a runaway groom. While chasing, the bride injures her leg without the groom noticing. In the end, the sparkling diamond on the bride's hand creates a beautiful rainbow from the reflections of the sun's rays, awakening the groom to the promises he made to the bride. Finally, the groom returns and the couple reconcile. "Tong Ning, the emotions today change quite a lot. Are you okay with that?" The photographer from the previous day had become today's director and he asked Tong Ning out of duty. "No problems," Tong Ning gently nodded. The director made an okay gesture towards her before reminding her to get into position. "Should we do a quick run over?" "It's not necessary," Tong Ning straightforwardly turned down the director's suggestion. If he hadn't worked with Tong Ning before, the director may have doubted Tong Ning's abilities, but after seeing her professionalism the previous day, the director had complete trust in her. Hence, after she said it wasn't necessary, they just went ahead and started filming. Because the entire commercial had no script and took up only 30 seconds, the models were required to get into the right emotional state really quickly. The scene they were about to film was the one where Tong Ning would be chasing. So, the expressions on her face had to show a sense of urgency, starting off looking hopeful and slowly changing to despair as she realizes she can't catch up. The filming was about to start. Without the help of anyone, Tong Ning found her position in front of the camera. As soon as the slate clapped down, Tong Ning disappeared. In her place stood an abandoned bride looking around helplessly searching. Her eyes reddened, but no tears fell out. Most importantly, after running, she was detailed enough to add in some panting. Her emotions increased as she continued searching. The urgency on her face looked like she was almost at the brink of falling apart. Mo Ting watched from afar. He realized Tong Ning was like a dust-covered gem. No wonder, 3 years ago, she was able to come out on top. If she had never retreated back then, right now, how successful would she be? President Mo, our Tong Ning isn't bad, is she? Long Jia's eyes contained an unconcealable pride. If only she wasn't held back by that jerk. From now on, no one will hold her back, Mo Ting responded coolly as he stepped his tall figure back into the car. Long Jia smiled knowingly because she knew Tong Ning wasn't going to give anyone the chance to hold her back ever again. And of course, she was even more convinced by the man in the car, because he was the owner of an empire. Because of Tong Ning's professionalism, the shoot ran smoothly, saving the director half a day's time. The director was extremely impressed by Tong Ning, so he tried to offer her a solution to her rumored problems. "I heard your current company has no idea how to plan out your career. Are you interested in stepping out onto a bigger stage?" Tong Ning took the business card from the director's hands, but refused politely as usual. "I am happy where I am right now." The director didn't pressure Tongning as he smiled at her. Even so, we will always welcome you. Tongning thanked him and started to head towards Mo Ting. But, Long Jia suddenly flew towards her holding out her phone exclaiming. Just then, there was a woman called Lin Wei that called, proclaiming she is the new manager Han Yufan has arranged for you. She also said, after you are finished with your shooting, you should return because Han Yufan has organized for you to make an appearance at an event. The date of the event will be 3 days from now. I've just done some research on the brand. Even though it isn't an unbranded product, many consumers have complained about them for years. Han Yufan obviously wants to destroy you. Tongming grabbed her phone from Long Jia as she remained calm. Let's head back first, we'll talk later. This is something you've worked hard towards. If you accept this job, all you've done would go to waste. Long Jia's heart broke for Tongming. Long Jia, do you think I haven't prepared for something like this? Tongming sneered. She didn't expect Han Yufan to actually give up on the Tang family's background and choose Mo Euro. I've said before, being in the lead and not being in the lead is only a word of difference. The two outcomes are only separated by a thin line. I won't play the wrong cards again. Not far away, Mo Ting was sitting in the car. Their eyes met and they both smiled at each other. After Tongming boarded the car, Mo Ting handed his phone over to her. I asked Lu Che to search through the database for information regarding this lady called Lin Wei, who will be your new manager. Her resume and dark past is all in here. Chapter 22, I will not attack those that don't attack me first. You also know about the event Han Yufan arranged for me? Tongming turned to look at Long Jia questioningly, thinking she must have told Mo Ting. However, Long Jia quickly waved her hands, signaling this had nothing to do with her. In this industry, as long as I want to find out, I can find out anything. By now, Tongming was no longer surprised. How else did Mo Ting manage to climb to the top? So, she smiled at him. Don't worry, you've already handed me the sword to kill my enemies, I will definitely finish it off satisfactorily. Mo Ting didn't respond, he just simply reached out his hand to touch Tongming's hair. Upon seeing their actions, Long Jia got goosebumps all over. These two, they've only gotten married not long ago, but how come they resemble a married couple that has been married for years? After the shooting was complete, the three of them returned to Beijing. On board the plane, Tongming and Mo Ting leaned on each other affectionately, but as soon as the plane landed, they went their separate ways like strangers. Han Yufan had sent the new manager, Lin Wei, to pick them up from arrivals. At the exit, the female manager, Lin Wei, stood waiting. Not only was she wearing a light purple chiffon dress, standing on 10-inch high heels and wearing sunglasses, she was also looking continuously at the watch on her wrist. Her whole body exuded a sense of impatience, like as if the roles were reversed and she was an international superstar waiting to be picked up instead. Tongming noticed a sign with her name on it placed beside Lin Wei's feet. She decided to ignore it and headed straight out of the airport with Long Jia. Long Jia gave a muffled laugh, Tongming slowly developing her own temper. Halfway through their journey, Tongming received a phone call from Lin Wei. Tongming, where are you? Isn't your flight supposed to arrive at 12? I'm already on the way back to the office, Tongming replied calmly. Didn't you see me when you came out of arrivals? I saw you, Tongming remained calm, not showing even the slightest emotion. Then why didn't you come to me? Lin Wei was furious. You were wearing sunglasses, I thought you were at the airport to perform a show. Tongming replied sarcastically. Lin Wei's face was turning red from anger as she hung up the phone and rushed back to the office. She started off in the industry early, but her eyes were extremely short-sighted. Even though she had helped make a few artists famous, they always ended up either offending the powerful or being sent to rehab. So, as a manager, she didn't have a very good reputation in the industry. As for this time, Lin Wei was requested by Mo Euro because she obviously wanted Lin Wei to handle Tongming for her. But, who would have expected, without even getting to see Tongming, she was made to look like a fool first. She was determined not to give up. After all, Tongming was, at most, an outdated model, how dare she not show any respect? 20 minutes later, Tongning arrived back at the office first. Upon entering the main entrance of Tianyi Entertainment, she headed straight for Han Yufan's room and threw the door open. "I'm waiting for your explanation," Tongning exclaimed as she slammed both hands on the table. "So, there really is something happening between you and Mo Yuro?" Han Yufan stopped what he was doing, hesitated for a moment, then sneakily changed the subject. "You just landed, how come you came straight here? How long has it been?" Tongning continued with the same subject. "How long have you and Mo Yuro been together?" "Tongning," Han Yufan suddenly yelled, "I've had enough of you. Do you know how annoying you are? Can't you do stuff that men like Yuro? What woman nags every day like you?" Tongning slowly pulled back her hands and looked at Han Yufan questioningly. "What do you two think I am? A toy? Tongning, let's break up. I am indeed with Yuro. And we are truly in love." Han Yufan spoke to Tongning like he was talking to a stranger that had no relation to him. "You shouldn't blame me, there is no explanation for love. From now on we merely have a subordinate and superior relationship. I am your boss and you are my employee." Tongning sneered as she raised one corner of her lip. She was calmer than Han Yufan expected. "So, I guess you're not planning to release me from my contract? You must assume, if you were to let me go, Mo Yuro will never succeed. Sorry. You still have to wait 3 years. Is this why you have organized for me to appear at that event?" Tongning continued to question. "For your current status, this event suits you perfectly." After speaking, Han Yufan returned to sit on his chair and flipped through some documents. "If there isn't anything else, you can leave. Also, Lin Wei is your manager. From now on, you must follow her orders." Her 5 years of fantasy were all wasted on a jerk. Tongning couldn't say her heart didn't hurt, but at this moment, she felt angry more. Do you know what happens to unfaithful people? They won't have a happy ending. After saying these words, Tongning turned around and left Han Yufan's office. Of course, her determination to make Tianyi disappear from the entertainment industry for good was stronger than ever. Tongning returned to her room. Meanwhile, Lin Wei had just returned from the airport. Without knocking, she walked straight into the room pointing at Tongning and yelling, "Are you aware that from now on, you are my artist? Do you still want to be a model and take jobs? How dare you treat me like this? Are you a pig?" Upon hearing these words, Tongning suddenly got up out of her seat and slowly stepped towards Lin Wei. "Repeat what you said. What were your last 4 words?" "I asked if you are a pig?" Lin Wei repeated herself arrogantly. As soon as the last word left her mouth, Tongning's slap had already landed on her face. "This slap is to put you back in line." Lin Wei was stunned. Her eyes widened as she prepared to fight back. However, Tongning pulled out her phone and handed it to her. "I have plenty of indecent photos like this in my phone. Because of the 4 words you just said, I've decided to send them to the 4 biggest media companies." Lin Wei froze for a moment, not quite understanding what Tongning meant. Until she looked down at the screen to see a photo of her seducing a director. Her brain suddenly went blank. This can't be, how could Tongning have these photos? She was so careful. This was impossible, it had to be fake. "I know Mo Yuro is behind all this. If you hadn't gone overboard, I wouldn't have bothered dealing with a simple manager like you, but you don't seem to know who you're messing with." Lin Wei started to get scared as her hands began to tremble. If she had known Tongning was holding this information against her, she definitely wouldn't have agreed to Mo Yuro's request of making things difficult for Tongning. So, her face immediately changed as she knelt down. "Tongning, I didn't mean to treat you like this. Please don't release the photos, I will be over if you do." Tongning looked down at Lin Wei. The following words, "I will only say once, I will not attack those that don't attack me first, but if someone attacks me, I will make it impossible for them to return from the depths of hell. From today onwards, do your job well and I'll do mine. If you want to scheme and play games, I'm happy to play along. But the consequences won't be as simple as releasing these few photos." Tongning at this moment was vicious and domineering. Lin Wei didn't know how to react. Didn't they say Tongning was a pushover? "I understand. I know what I should and shouldn't do. Lin Wei was completely intimidated by the look on Tong Ning's face. After letting out some anger, Tong Ning's emotions pretty much returned to her normal calmness and her tone of voice was once again indifferent as she questioned Lin Wei, "When do I have to appear on stage at the event?" You're going? Lin Wei couldn't understand what Tong Ning was thinking. "Just tell me when," Tong Ning repeated. Chapter 23, Frozen for 3 years. The corners of Lin Wei's eyes were still teary. Wiping them away, she slowly stood up. She thought for a moment before responding to Tong Ning. 26th, next Wednesday. "Are you still being told by Mo Euro to reject all my jobs?" Tang Jing guessed. "Yes. Note down every single one and keep every single email from every single client for evidence. Next Wednesday, I will use them," Tong Ning ordered calmly. "If you still have a sense of judgment, you will know, following me is more promising than following Mo Euro. Just on the fact that she is a mistress alone, she will never get the chance to step onto the international stage." After hearing these words, Lin Wei thought about why Mo Euro had been getting into trouble so often lately, while Tong Ning's popularity was on the rise. She realized it was because all along, Mo Euro had relied on acting weak and gaining sympathy. Meanwhile, Tong Ning was using Mo Euro as a stepping stone to make a comeback. Lin Wei weighed the pros and cons and decided it would be best to follow Tong Ning. "I will help you prepare everything." Tong Ning nodded as she started to leave. But, just as she reached the doorway, she seemed to have remembered something as she turned to warn Lin Wei, "If you don't have the ability to manage a PR crisis, then don't do anything scandalous for me to clean up after you." Put simply, if she couldn't avoid having photos taken of her, she shouldn't have gone around seducing someone she shouldn't have. Lin Wei's face turned pale. It was the first time she had come across an artist who had planned so far ahead without anyone knowing. From the looks of it, apart from seducing men, Mo Euro really didn't have anything else going for her. In fact, she was unknowingly waiting for Tong Ning to send Tianyi Entertainment packing. Coming out of the building, the day was still young. Tong Ning returned to her car with a tired look on her face. Upon seeing her, Long Jia was extremely heartbroken. "Did you have an argument with Han Yufan?" Han Yufan asked to break up. Tong Ning replied calmly as she leaned her head back and slowly closed her eyes. She appeared to be trying to hide her emotions. "Long Jia, did you know?" When Han Yufan spoke those words, it sounded like he was reading from a textbook. "He even wants to freeze my jobs for 3 years. That jerk, how can he be so disgraceful? Isn't he afraid of being struck by lightning?" Long Jia protested as she turned sideways. Seeing Tong Ning suffering, she reached out her hand to comfort her, patting her gently on the arm. "Do not allow a man like that to make you feel bad, especially since you are going to make that jerk pay everything back tenfold. I'm not capable of controlling my emotions completely yet. Take me home," Tong Ning requested in a gentle whisper. "Okay. Have some rest." Tong Ning knew, judging by Han Yufan's cold and careless attitude, he wasn't going to stop at making her attend rubbish events like this. All it would take was one word from Mo Euro, and he would be able to do something even worse. She had to find a way to destroy Mo Euro's plans of standing in her way. By the time Mo Ting arrived home, it was already 8 p.m. at night. However, today, he didn't smell the aroma of dinner being served. All he felt was a cold chill. At first, he thought Tong Ning hadn't arrived home yet, but as he entered the bedroom, he saw her lying quietly in bed. No need to explain, she must have been treated unfairly today. Mo Ting walked over and sat on the edge of the bed. Upon sensing the familiar presence, Tong Ning immediately sat up and hugged him. "If you want to cry, then cry. You will feel better." Mo Ting gently patted Tong Ning's shoulder. Tong Ning had been holding it in all day, but after being comforted by Mo Ting, she immediately let go and burst out crying. "Sorry, I promised I wouldn't cry over unworthy things." "It's okay, cry. Apart from me, who else would you be able to show your true self to?" Mo Ting encouraged. Maybe because Mo Ting's hands were so gentle, or maybe because Mo Ting was older than Tong Ning by 7 years and exuded a sense of safety and maturity, Tong Ning cried in Mo Ting's embrace for a long time until no tears were left. "Better?" Mo Ting asked. Yep. Tong freed herself from Mo Ting's embrace. You mustn't have eaten yet, I'll go cook. Without doing anything else, Mo Ting grabbed hold of Tong's chin and used all his strength to press his lips firmly against hers. Not only did he want to kiss away her tears, but he also wanted to use this special moment to comfort the hurt woman in his arms. A kiss was the best medicine and best painkiller. The couple kissed so passionately, the world felt like it was spinning as they tried to catch their breaths. Tongning, I hope that no matter if you are happy or sad, I would be the first person you would turn to. I don't care how many masks you are wearing on the outside, once you are home, we have to face each other truthfully. We should be like a normal married couple. We only need each other. Mo Ting wiped away the tears on Tongning's cheek as he stood up. I've said before, you aren't allowed in the kitchen anymore. Tongning saw Mo Ting turning to leave, so she quickly grabbed onto him. I need you right now. I need you to stay with me, hug me, kiss me. I need energy to kiss you. Tongning stopped crying, removed her blankets to get out of bed and held on to Mo Ting's hand. Then I'll keep you company. The couple had an enjoyable dinner and showered. After returning to bed, Mo Ting leaned against the headboard and read some documents, while Tongning tried to sleep. But no matter what she did, she couldn't fall asleep. What's wrong? I can't sleep, can you read me a book? Tongning peeped out from under the blanket and pleaded Mo Ting. Only in front of Mo Ting did she not remain emotionless. She also didn't have to be calm and capable like she was in front of Long Jia. In front of Mo Ting, she was completely a little wife, a wife that needed to be spoiled. Of course, in front of Tongning, Mo Ting also didn't have to be the Mo Ting everyone knew. If she was his subordinate, he would have thrown his documents in her face. But the person before him was Tongning, so he picked a book from the bookshelf and returned to the bed. He wrapped Tongning in his arms as the two of them opened the book together and started reading. This was such a simple gesture, but it turned out, Han Yufan the jerk would have never done something like this for Tongning. Who would have thought it would turn out to be the king of the entertainment industry that would be willing to experience such a silly thing with her? The scars in her heart felt like they were slowly being healed. It was not long before Tongning fell asleep in Mo Ting's arms. And as usual, she slept sweetly. The next morning, the air was slightly humid. Tongning was awoken by the sound of her phone ringing. It was Lin Wei. Her voice was a lot gentler than the previous day. Tongning, I just arrived at your house, but only your assistant is home. I've moved. I came to tell you, after President Han announced you would be appearing at the corporate event, the fans you gained are now in an uproar. They are arguing intensely amongst themselves. They said if you were to appear at this event, it means you are supporting unreliable goods. There is no way they can accept it and are ready to abandon you. What's Mo Euro's reaction? Tongning asked Lin Wei straightforwardly. She can't wait to see you suffer. Going to this event was her idea from the start. Not only does she want to step all over you, she wants your life to be a living hell. Then let's see next Wednesday, whose life will be a living hell. Tongning responded with a deeper meaning. In the meantime, don't worry about the fans, let them yell at me as much as they want. Chapter 24, The Two Get Scolded, Tongning Benefits. Mo Euro had just stepped up a level from being a mistress and was still basking in the glory of things going her way, so Tongning thought she'd let her be happy for a few more days. After all, Tanjing had yet to play the best card in her hand. However, Tongning didn't only want to make it impossible for Mo Euro to be a model anymore, she also wanted Mo Euro to be too embarrassed to be alive. Because her jobs were being frozen, after filming the commercial for HF, she once again had nothing to do. But she wasn't impatient or angry. Even though fans were scolding her for endorsing an unreliable product, she didn't respond with a single word, sucking up the insults. Lin Wei had studied Tongning and studied the way she handled things previously. She realized she was a lot more tolerant than most people and could endure loneliness well. The entertainment headlines were still focused on Han Yufan and Mo Euro's video. The public put Mo Euro through all kinds of pain and abuse. Whereas, Tongning's reactions from the public consisted of two extremes. Some were extremely sympathetic as they assumed Tongning was being forced, leading to her having no choice in which company she was to endorse. Whereas younger fans questioned why, under these circumstances, she hadn't left Tanny. It was amongst this complex debate that an album of photos from Tongning's recent shoot was leaked by a passerby. In an instant, the hottest person online had changed as everyone praised how stunning Tongning's beauty and long legs were. On top of everything, there were multiple magazines that pointed out how even when posing randomly, every move that she made was more natural than any pose pulled by a professional model. So, while the three were enveloped in scandals, Mo Euro and Han Yufan's responses were all negative, whereas Tongning, on the basis of one album of photos, made everyone forget she had been a substitute for Mo Euro and that she had apologized after admitting to creating hype. The only image in their minds of Tongning were her gracefulness as she looked back at the camera with tears in her eyes. While all this was going on, within the same day, Lin Wei received invites from no less than 5 magazines, requesting Tongning to appear on the front cover of their next season's issue. Compared to pitiful Mo Euro, who was getting one contract cancelled after another, Lin Wei was suddenly impressed by Tongning. It was like she had some kind of magical ability that would always turn things around. Because Tongning's path to a comeback could no longer be blocked by Han Yufan, when faced with all the invites from the magazines, he started to question himself, should he really be freezing Tongning? Lin Wei reported to Han Yufan with the invites from the magazines and analyzed which path Tongning should take. But she was stopped by Mo Euro, who was sitting in Han Yufan's office chair. Didn't we already agree that we would not be accepting any jobs for her? Are you ignoring my words? Her relationship with Han Yufan is still young, yet here she is, already acting like she is the president's wife. Lin Wei sneered on the inside. Let's choose E-Style. Han Yufan selected one of the most influential magazines as he spoke directly to Lin Wei. Yufan, what did you promise me? Babe, everything I do is for you. Think about it, the incident with the video has received enough criticism. All we need is for Tongning to make an appearance and clarify that we broke up a long time ago. Then the relationship between you and I would not be adulterous at all, just a normal couple. The netizens will realize they've been wrong and will feel guilty towards you. Everything you do from then on would be more acceptable. I am laying a path for you, Han Yufan explained to Mo Euro in a serious tone. There's not much time left until the top 10 model awards. This is the fastest way to wipe your slate clean. By the time you make a comeback, do you think Tongning would still have a place to stand? After hearing this, Mo Euro's anger immediately dissipated. Only you could think of something that covers all bases like this. Han Yufan had no idea Lin Wei was already on Tongning's side. The scheming between the two quickly reached Tongning's ears. Those two want to use you to wipe their slates clean. What are you planning to do? Lin Wei was curious how Tongning was going to stop herself from being used by Han Yufan. Help me reject the job. If Han Yufan asks, just say I'm not feeling well, Tongning replied. Picking 1 out of 5 magazines and then having to immediately reject 4 was already not quite right. But Lin Wei understood what had to be done. So far she had been impressed by Tongning's ability to skillfully deflect whatever was thrown at her. Effortlessly, she had passed the hot potato back. When Mo Euro heard of this, she nearly went crazy. She slammed her hands on the table as she spoke to Lin Wei. She obviously did it on purpose. Then, Miss Mo, how accommodating did you think a model that's had her fiancé stolen and is getting all her jobs frozen should be? After hearing everything, Han Yufan patted Mo Euro on the back to comfort her. He turned to Lin Wei and ordered, tell Tongning to come see me. I'm afraid she can't, she isn't feeling well, Lin Wei replied. Then tell me where she is, I will go look for her. Let me first ask Tongning for her opinion. After speaking, Lin Wei turned around and phoned Tongning. However, at this time, Mo Ting had just returned home and was hugging Tongning in the garden as they watered the plants. Lin Wei clearly expressed her thoughts, and because Mo Ting's ears were against Tongning's, he overheard their conversation. At that moment, his ink-like eyes suddenly twinkled under the sun as he gave an amused smile. Leaning in close to Tongning's left ear, he suggested, give our Hyatt Regency address to your manager. Tongming looked at him with uncertainty. Firstly, tell him that you've moved houses and because you are the daughter of the Tang family, living in Hyatt Regency is more suited to your status. You are no longer at a level where he can reach. Secondly, the security in Hyatt Regency is tight. Did you think anyone can come in? Huh? Tongming gently laughed as she realized Mo Ting's attitude towards outsiders was definitely different to the kindness he showed at home. But, haha, she liked it. So, she followed Mo Ting's suggestion and gave their address to Lin Wei. Upon hearing the address, Lin Wei was shocked for a moment before she passed it on to Han Yufan. Tongming said she already moved houses. If you want to see her then you can go to Hyatt Regency, she's moved there. Hyatt Regency. But, that is Beijing's most famous and well-known estate. That's not a place that a small celebrity could live in. Mo Euro was envious. She moved to Hyatt Regency? How is that possible? Miss Mo, have you forgotten she is an heir to the Tang Empire? Her living in Hyatt Regency is merely a choice to live in an environment that is suited to her status. In other words, when Han Yufan and Tongming were still together, she had been forced to suffer by downgrading herself. Since Han Yufan didn't know how to cherish her, she of course, returned to where she belonged without any cares. This was a level that Mo Euro would never be able to reach because it was already determined at birth. Inside, Han Yufan wasn't feeling good. Thinking back on when he and Tongming were still together, she was never willing to give anything. However, as soon as they broke up, she actually moved into Hyatt Regency. Chapter 25, Spoilt Little Wife. Most importantly, the Tang family had previously announced, if Tongming was to break up with him, she could return home at any time. From the looks of it, Tongming must have made amends with them. Han Yufan suddenly felt a sense of regret. It's Hyatt Regency, being able to live there is proof of one's status. So many people dreamed of it. If he had chosen Tongming, if he had held on for a little longer and married her, would he have had the chance to live in this paradise-like estate? In reality, Tongming never even contacted the Tang family, because, after resolutely leaving the Tang family home, choosing Han Yufan and giving up on her career, all she wanted to do now was depend on her own ability to return to the top of the entertainment industry. Only then would she be able to hold her head high and return home to apologize to her grandfather. After hanging up on Lin Wei, Tongming picked up the watering can again to continue what she was doing. However, Mo Ting wouldn't loosen her from his embrace. He grabbed her cheeks and pressed his lips against hers with a violent passion. Tongming enjoyed kissing Mo Ting, because he was always so caring towards her, plus he gave off a unique charm and aura. Tongming turned around and threw away the watering can. Atop the beautiful balcony blooming with roses, she wrapped her arms around Mo Ting tightly as she returned his passionate kiss, allowing her tongue to become intertwined with his. Mo Ting pressed her against the icy cold wall as he trapped her between his arms. His kisses became even more passionate. Tongming's face blushed red as her arms uncontrollably gripped onto Mo Ting's waist, feeling the warmth emanating from his body and his body tightening as he tried to resist. If you resist like that, won't it be bad for your body? Tongming whispered, her eyes twinkled beautifully like stars. What should I do? I kiss you every day. Yet it never seems enough. Mo Ting reached out his hand and gently stroked Tongming's lips. It's like a drug. One that makes others completely addicted. Tongming froze for a moment before she took the opportunity to turn around and press Mo Ting against the wall instead. To me. You are the same. I am frustrated. The more I tell myself not to think about you, the more I end up thinking about you. Especially the look on your face when you kiss me. Can you still resist not having me? I can't hold on for much longer. I really want to have a taste of you. Mo Ting was fairly built, yet here he was, being pressed against the wall as his little wife teased him. He was enjoying this as he smiled charmingly. A good woman would not say such frivolous words. And a good man would not seduce his wife and not finish things off. My wife says such words. Are you blaming me for only getting halfway through our wedding night? When? Tongming leaned in close and whispered seductively. Will you go all the way? Mo Ting looked at his wife, at this usually gentle and quiet woman. It turned out, when she wanted to be provocative, she could drive a man crazy. It seemed, he had learned something new about Tongning. Mo Ting grabbed onto Tongning's waist and pulled her against his body so she could feel his pain. I think about it all the time. The two continued to be loving while not stepping over the line until the estate security contacted one of the maids in the villa. There was someone here to see Tongning. Mo Ting straightened out Tongning's messed up clothes and hair before suggesting, "Go upstairs, get changed and take our newest car out for a drive." Tongning understood what he meant as she kissed him on the cheek. "Thank you hubby for your sponsorship." In reality, Han Yufan was really reluctant to see Tongning because he didn't want to feel even more regretful. Especially when he pulled up at the gates of Hyatt Regency and was asked to wait outside by the security, he suddenly felt like he wasn't anything special. 10 minutes later. A bright red Ferrari pulled out of Hyatt Regency and stopped right in front of Han Yufan. At first, Han Yufan didn't notice Tongning in the car because Tongning had never shown off in front of him with the fear of hurting his pride. However, she no longer had to care about that. Now she could show off whatever she wanted to show off. Tongning opened up the roof of the car as she turned her head sideways to speak to Han Yufan. "Why are you looking for me?" Tongning. Han Yufan looked at the completely different Tongning. His heart was sour. He never thought, after leaving him, Tongning would be so much better off. "Speak," Tongning said coldly. "E-Style magazine. The company has already accepted the job for you, so you have no right to reject it. I don't care who you are and what background you have, you are still a model of Tianyi and I am still your boss. For the future of the company, I will organize for the team to release a statement on your behalf explaining that we broke up a long time ago and Euro is not a mistress." Han Yufan was using his power as her boss to retrieve the pride he lost after seeing her drive out in a limited edition sports car. "But I've already asked Lin Wei to reject everyone. Plus, I've already spread the word that I am sick. Tongning, do you have any regard for the company?" Han Yufan was once again enraged by Tongning making decisions on her own. "We are no longer in a relationship. You can't do whatever you want at Tianyi. Don't forget, when you originally signed the contract clearly stated you would accept all decisions made by the company. Do you want to breach the contract?" Tongning didn't care about breaching the contract, but she didn't want Han Yufan to benefit, so there was no way she would be stupid enough to give him money. After all, her ultimate aim was for Han Yufan and Mo Euro to be completely destroyed. "In regards to the magazine, I have already rejected them, there's no turning back." Tongning retreated one step, however. "You can ask the team to give me the statement they prepared. At next Wednesday's event, I will announce it to the public. Compared to a written statement, I'm sure announcing it personally would have a better effect." Han Yufan's expression warmed up as he eventually nodded. "I guess that's all we can do. But, do you truly want to help the company clear things up?" Han Yufan, even though you are heartless towards me, I can't be unrighteous towards you. Tongning responded seriously, "I know Mo Euro has been forcing you all along. It better be that way." After speaking, Han Yufan opened his car door and got in his car. He quickly disappeared from Tongning's sight because he knew if he was to stay even a minute longer, he would want to beg Tongning to take him back. Tongning watched as Han Yufan drove off. The corners of her mouth slowly curved up. When ordering her around, how could Han Yufan not realize how unreasonable his requests were? Not only did he betray her, here he was trying to use her to clear up the relationship between him and Mo Euro. Han Yufan, as a person, don't you feel ashamed? Chapter 26, It was all small attacks before. Reality proved, not only was Han Yufan shameless, he even thought everything was how it was meant to be. The next day, Tianyi Entertainment and the event organizers both released statements instructing the public on how to get their hands on tickets to see Tongning. As soon as the statements were released, all sorts of insults followed. "Ugh, Tongning still wants to appear at the event organized by this unreliable product, is she really that poor? If she goes ahead with it, she will be on the same level as the brand she is endorsing and seriously become a disgraceful model." I originally thought she would become noteworthy in the modeling industry. I must have been blind. After tomorrow, Tongning, take yourself and your cheap product immediately out of the public sight. Look at all the comments. Everyone is complaining. And the only person able to withstand all this abuse and still attend the event tomorrow with a smile is Tongning. I have to give it to her. From now on, in my heart, you are the most disgusting female celebrity. No one can beat you. Tianyi Entertainment. Mo Euro was sitting in Han Yufan's office chair reading all the abusive comments. She was in a good mood. If Tongning wanted to fight with her, she should have considered her capabilities first. No matter how much Tongning wanted to make a comeback, from tomorrow onwards, her career would be once again stifled. In fact, it would be even worse than 3 years ago. When that time comes, Mo Euro would be able to indulge in ridiculing Tongning, and the joy she got from ridiculing Tongning was not something she could experience from anyone else. Meanwhile, Tongning was also at Tianyi Entertainment. For the sake of the event tomorrow, she was in a meeting. To be exact, she was in a meeting for the sake of what she was to say at the event tomorrow. Han Yufan handed Tongning the script they prepared earlier and then specifically ordered, Tongning, memorize the script well tonight. Tomorrow at the event, you better not forget to mention it to the reporters. This is the most significant part of you attending the event tomorrow. Tongning looked at the script in her hands like she was looking at a joke. Didn't Han Yufan feel any shame when handing this to her? On the way home, Lin Wei drove while Long Jia and Tongning sat in the back. Long Jia pointed to the script with anger. Is Han Yufan trying to provoke me? For the sake of clearing Mo Euro's name, he would go to any length. He really has no conscience and doesn't even care about wounding your heart. Lin Wei looked at Tongning through the rear-view mirror, but her face was calm as usual. Even a person like herself, who had experienced many highs and lows and had completely seen through the entertainment industry, found Han Yufan to be too heartless. Whereas, Tongning, who was the object of this heartlessness, wasn't showing any signs of emotion. Tongning, what do you want me to do tomorrow? Lin Wei asked. The things you've asked me to prepare are ready. All the evidence has been collated. I've even secured a recording of Mo Euro talking about preventing you from securing any jobs. Tomorrow, I will take advantage of being in the spotlight to announce I am officially making a comeback, Tongning said to the two in a serious tone. I trust Long Jia completely, but you? Lin Wei. No need to say anything, I will follow you. I've been in the industry for too long, my mind is not always clear, but you have awoken me to the right direction, Lin Wei responded, excited to take on the challenge. All the evidence, sell it to the biggest media companies as headliners, Tongning spoke in a serious tone. It was all just small attacks before. I was too gentle on the two. From now on, they will only experience my fiercest methods of revenge. Yes. Long Jia was so happy she nearly jumped out of her seat. Lin Wei also felt her passion being reignited as she heard Tongning speak. After all, seeing Tongning being betrayed in this way, being humiliated and stepped all over, every woman who witnessed this would feel angered. Fortunately, Tongning's method of revenge was to step back over the two. This extremely satisfying method made Lin Wei and Long Jia's hearts light up. Lin Wei was now aware that Tongning lived in Hyatt Regency, but had no idea she lived there with Mo Ting. Tongning could not trust her 100% yet. So, after arriving in front of her villa, she asked Lin Wei to drive Long Jia home. Upon entering the house, she realized Mo Ting was already home. This tall attractive figure was stretched out peacefully across the sofa with his right arm covering his eyes from the blinding lights. Tongning smiled softly as she quietly walked beside Mo Ting and sat herself down. She gently ran her warm fingers across the contours of his face. Why aren't you sleeping in bed? The company you are endorsing tomorrow, Hai Rui, has already sent out a letter from our lawyers, suing them for fraud. Mo Ting sat up and looked at Tongning. Approximately tomorrow afternoon, the news would have spread. It's okay, I will only be appearing in the morning, Tongning replied as she lay down on Mo Ting's chest. Even though Tongning didn't say much more, Mo Ting seemed to have read her mind. He knew what she was planning to do tomorrow. At the same time, Tongning also knew, after initiating her plan tomorrow, the client would not let her off so easily. Hence Hai Rui, who barely wasted their time on small companies, decided to send out a letter from their lawyers. "Hubby, thank you." "For what?" Mo Ting asked as he gently stroked her back. "Thank you for understanding me. Thank you for protecting me." Mo Ting didn't say anything as he lay his head down onto Tong Ning's thigh, using it as a pillow. "I've been looking at documents all day, my eyes are tired." "Then how about I read them to you?" Tong Ning picked up the English documents that Mo Ting had not finished reading. With an extremely professional level of English, she started reading to him. However, when she finished, she gave a sigh. "Back in the days, the conditions Star King offered me were so good, but I missed out on experiencing those 3 years. Who would have thought in the end I would come across you? God is indeed fair, he has really left the best for last. After canceling your contract with Tanny, which company do you want to sign with?" "It's still too early." Tong Ning shook her head because she wasn't sure how much of her career she would be able to recover. So, right now she had not yet made a decision. "Sign with me. For Hai Rui, a model like myself is nothing special." Tong Ning admitted that getting into Hai Rui wasn't very realistic. Mo Ting laughed as he moved away from the topic. His little wife obviously did not understand what he was saying. What he actually meant when he asked her to sign with him was not referring to his company, Hai Rui. The contract he would write up for her would be the only one in this entire world, because she would be the only one that would have him as her manager. But, this surprise, he would leave till later. Although he was Tong Ning's husband, he still had to wait and see if she was worth it. As he wasn't used to seeing Tong Ning lacking confidence, he sat up, hooked his arm around her neck and pulled her in, demanding for a kiss. "I won't allow you to underestimate yourself. I know you're only trying to find an excuse for a kiss." Tong Ning grasped hold of Mo Ting's warm palms and placed them on her chest. "I want you to take things further." Chapter 27, Announcing a Comeback. The touch was so addictive it made one feel like they were being possessed. Mo Ting pushed Tong Ning down on the sofa and began to unbutton her white shirt. This was something he had been dreaming about doing for a long time. "Ting." Tong Ning cried shyly, "It hurts a bit." Mo Ting stopped trying to push past her boundaries and instead returned to her lips. The two continued to be intimate in the living room for some time before Mo Ting finally released Tong Ning from his embrace. "Tomorrow is an important day for you. Sleep early tonight." In the bathroom, one of the maids helped her bathe while another dried her hair. All Tong Ning had to do was close her eyes. Thanks to Mo Ting, she had been sleeping well lately. The next morning, Lin Wei and Long Jia arrived at Hyatt Regency to pick up Tong Ning for her event. However, upon arriving at the venue, to their surprise, Han Yufan was also there. On the surface, he appeared to have attended to support his artist, but in reality, he was only there to make sure Tong Ning would remember to clear Mo Yuro's name. "How could I forget?" Tong Ning replied. "Tong Ning, I know it is hard on you, but what we have between us is already over. You don't have to be envious towards Yuro, she is innocent." It turned out, for Han Yufan, completely ending a relationship only took a few days. "And I'm not innocent?" Tong Ning responded, "My years of youth and all my sacrifices are worth nothing to you? Even a dog would wag its tail thankfully when I play with it." "Tong Ning, watch what you're saying," Han Yufan warned Tong Ning in anger. "We both did it willingly. I never asked you to be so good to me, it was something you wanted to do." Tong Ning was silent because, at this moment, the makeup artist knocked on the door. She no longer wanted to see Han Yufan, so she immediately got up to let the makeup artist in. Han Yufan was also pretty angry as he turned around to leave the room. As he passed by Lin Wei, he ordered, "Keep an eye on Tong Ning, don't let her do anything wrong." "I will," Lin Wei nodded. The event was scheduled for 9 a.m. and Tong Ning's appearance was to be at 9:30 a.m. It was customary for the company to send out a representative to start off the event before the guest would be introduced. At this moment in time, the event had already started and Tong Ning was prepared to go on stage. Tongming was wearing a silver deep V dress and her hair was brushed to one side with soft curls. Her look wasn't extremely eye-catching, but Tongming was born with the perfect body, so she complimented her clothing, no matter what she wore. "Tongming, be prepared, you will be going on stage soon," Lin Wei reminded her anxiously. "Tongming, don't be afraid, we will be here for you," Long Jie cheered. Tongming nodded. Why would she be afraid? Today would be the day she'd initiate the first fight with Tanny. Right now, in her heart, apart from hoping for success, she also had to remain calm. "Go." Lin Wei escorted Tongming out of the waiting room. The venue for the event wasn't very big, the actual hall only fit roughly 200 seats. But, Tongming knew, apart from the people present here today, there would also be plenty of people watching her through their screens. Why? Because they wanted to see her endorse this cheap brand and find something to gossip about. But, too bad, they were about to be disappointed. With a loud introduction from the host and encouragement from Lin Wei, Tongming stepped up to the front of the stage. It had been a long time since she had stood in front of the spotlight, so Tongming appeared to need some time to adjust. Our Tongming sure has a pair of enchanting long legs. Come, let's begin by allowing Tongming to give her greetings. The host handed the microphone to Tongming before she calmly faced the almost 200 people in front of her. "Hello everyone, I am Tongming." "Welcome Tongming, we are very honored to have invited you because we all know your popularity has been on the rise recently. We are also very thankful for you to have come here specifically to support us. May I ask you a question?" The host tried his best to liven up the atmosphere. "Please speak. I believe you have used our product. Could you please describe your feelings towards it?" The host jumped straight to the main point. "Used it?" Tongming slightly frowned. It was at this moment, onlookers watching the live stream online exploded, everyone wanted to get their opinion out. "Cheap model. If you recommend this product, you are finished. I just photoshopped a gif of Tongming, does anyone want to see? I wonder how many people will be fooled. Tongming, why must you help them?" Tongming knew, at this moment, the internet would be filled with an ocean of complaints, so. After she received the question, she took a glance at Han Yufan, Lin Wei, and Long Jie, then located the best position in front of the camera before she opened her mouth to speak. "First of all, I need to thank my agency, Tanny Entertainment, for helping me accept an event for a product I had never even heard about. Secondly, even though I was forced to step out onto this stage, as a model, my morals are intact. In regards to a product that consumers cannot rely on, I will also boycott it. So this product, I have not used it. Lastly, I want to thank everyone for their attention. Even though I've lost my fame, I will not lose my bottom line." 3 simple statements. Tongming was so quick that she didn't even give time for anyone to respond. By the time everyone realized the change in her attitude, Tongming had already finished talking. Tongming, will take advantage of this opportunity to announce that I am officially making a comeback. In a moment, an even bigger scandal will be revealed. Thank you for your support." After speaking, Tongming bowed to everyone while they were still stunned before walking off the stage elegantly. The atmosphere became stale and Han Yufan's expression changed. Meanwhile, Lin Wei and Long Jie cheered on the inside. The internet was in chaos. OMG, what did Tongming just say? I didn't hear it properly, I need to rewind it and listen to it again. How can she be so cool? Me too, me too. I was already prepared to scold her, but then she actually did something like this. That was a major slap in the face. Apart from Tongming, who would be brave enough to slap her agency and client in the face at a live event? Cool, cool, cool. Tongming is so cool. If she's making a comeback, our eyes are in for a treat. Ha ha ha, I saw the host was completely stunned. Tongming is amazing. I'm so touched. I'm so glad I didn't judge her incorrectly. From now on, amongst the models, I will only acknowledge her. The internet was filled with cheers. Not only fans, but even popular social media personalities edited Tong Ning's brief 2-minute recording into short clips and spread it around like wildfire. In an instant, all traces of Tong Ning's negative news was swept away. However, Tong Ning, who had just stepped off the stage, was not in a good position as Han Yufan and her client approached her directly to complain. "Tong Ning, is there something wrong with your brain? A measly model like you actually had the nerve to cause a commotion in front of so many people?" The client pointed at Tong Ning and scolded her. "Do you not want to live? Did you want to turn our event into your personal press conference?" Chapter 28, Precious Little Wife. "Tong Ning, I'm warning you, if you still want to survive in this industry, you better get out there and apologize. Or else, I will make you regret ever existing," the angry company representative yelled at Tong Ning arrogantly. Tong Ning laughed gently as her expression remained calm, like she had just witnessed a joke. "The words have already left my mouth, how am I to apologize? On top of everything, if I was to apologize, who would apologize to the consumers? If you don't apologize and help us eliminate all the negative responses you have created, then we will have to use extreme measures," the representative warned threateningly. After speaking, he glanced over at the event security guard and gave him a look. Understanding the hint, the security guard immediately started walking towards Tong Ning. Seeing the scene unfolding, Long Jia and Lin Wei quickly formed a human barrier in front of her. Long Jia pointed at the client as she asked angrily, "What are you trying to do?" Han Yufan, whose face was pale, normally wouldn't deal with companies like this, but because he was in a rush to clear Mo Euro's name, he did not prepare himself against Tong Ning. An outdated model actually had the nerve to announce a comeback? Did Tong Ning really think, after leaving him, she could start all over again? Han Yufan sneered before pulling Tong Ning over and throwing her to one side. "Tong Ning, I know you hate me. But by doing this, you aren't hurting Euro, you are hurting yourself. A model that has broken the industry rules, no matter how proud you are, will not be hired by anyone." "Really?" Tong Ning raised her eyebrows slightly. "I don't think so. I don't care why you did this. I also don't care how envious you are of Euro. Now that the event has been completely messed up, you will need to explain things to the client and you will have to pay the compensation for breaching the contract. Don't even try to throw the blame on Tianyi Entertainment," Han Yufan yelled at Tong Ning heartlessly. "Also, in relation to clearing Euro's name, since you won't cooperate, I have no choice but to release a statement on your behalf. When that time comes, you will just have to suck up any negative comments." "President Han, it seems you have not fully understood my words. My announcement for my comeback was to show that from now on, I will comply with whatever parts of the contract I should comply, but at the same time, I will enjoy what I deserve to enjoy." The look in Tong Ning's eyes at this moment were cold, without even a trace of warmth, because towards the man in front of her, all she felt was disgust. "President Han, no need to be impatient. My lawyers will arrive this afternoon and run through each section of the contract with you. They will clarify every part of the contract that I should have enjoyed over the years which I have not received." Seeing Tong Ning like this, Han Yufan was stunned. He never thought Tong Ning had this side to her. He couldn't believe she could force someone into the corner so aggressively that they couldn't even fight back. No, it must be because she received a shock, Han Yufan comforted himself. A woman that had usually been weak, how could she suddenly become so powerful? She must be trying to gain my attention, Han Yufan told himself. "Oh, Tong Ning, must you really cheapen yourself to this extent? Why can't you just let go?" As a result of Tong Ning's sudden announcement, the scene of the event was in total chaos. The company representative saw that the two had not come to a resolution yet, so rushed to their side impatiently. Looking at Tong Ning threateningly, he spoke, "If you don't give us a satisfactory explanation, then don't expect to walk out this door. Tong Ning, don't force us." It felt like a showdown was about to take place, but Han Yufan simply stood back and observed the scene playing out in front of him. He had no intention of helping Tong Ning, because he wanted Tong Ning to know, the consequences of betraying him shouldn't be taken lightly. However, never did it cross his mind that he himself was the one to betray first. Long Jia protected Tong Ning anxiously as she watched the 3 security guards closing in on them. Within the industry, there were plenty of artists without a high status that had experienced all sorts of abuse. Long Jia, at this moment, hated the fact that she was not a man. Seeing they had nowhere to run, the security guard's eyes smiled slightly. It was impossible for them to escape. However, at this time a loud pang echoed through the room as the waiting room's door flew open. A man holding a briefcase entered with 3 to 4 bodyguards. Scanning the room with his eyes, he asked, "Who is in charge here?" "May I ask who?" The company representative stepped forward. "I am the lawyer of Hai Rui Entertainment. My surname is Chiao," the lawyer responded sternly as he pulled a letter out of his briefcase and handed it to the representative. "The advertisement you shot last month has illegally used a photo of one of our artists. This is a serious violation resulting in damages to Hai Rui Entertainment. This is a letter of notification. We are confident we can sue you until you are bankrupt." After speaking, the lawyer took big poised steps out of the room while leaving the bodyguards behind. The reasoning was simple: they were to protect Tonning. The representative looked like he had just been handed a bomb as his hands began to tremble. He never thought he would attract the attention of the famous entertainment empire, Hai Rui. Small companies exploiting loopholes to increase their company's popularity was not uncommon. But no one had ever had action taken against them by Hai Rui Entertainment. Was it because they were having a run of bad luck? No one knew the real reason, but Tonning was well aware. This was Mo Ting's way of finding a chance to help her take revenge. Out of everyone they could offend, who told them to offend Mo Ting's precious wife? Long Jia snickered on the side, realizing the situation. This small company was so arrogant without knowing Mo Ting had already instructed his men to lie low until the time was right. It was clear how thoughtful he was towards Tonning. At this moment in time, the client was no longer in the mood to care about what Tonning said at the event. Inside, they knew very well, getting on Hai Rui's bad side meant they were watching their own imminent death. Han Yufan was also frightened by this sudden turn of events. In order not to be implicated, he immediately left the waiting room. His cowardly face was so shameful it did not deserve a second glance, not even from someone like Lin Wei. "Tonning, let's go." Because their motive had been achieved, Lin Wei treated everything like a stroke of good luck. She knew, luck was very important in this industry, and Tonning, obviously had luck on her side. Announcing a comeback meant everything would have to start afresh. But, Tonning believed, as long as she didn't give up, she could still get back to where she was 3 years ago and even surpass it. The internet was cheering while the name Tonning was once again revived. Everyone started to see Tonning in a new mysterious light. Long Jia was so excited she started reading some of the comments to Tonning with a huge smile across her face. "I can already imagine Mo Euro must be so angry right now. She must have thought the mistake Tonning made just now would be enough to end her career. She probably also thought she could have had the opportunity to badmouth you even more in front of Han Yufan as well as request him to punish you." Tonning didn't take note of Long Jia making fun of Mo Euro. She just turned her head to question Lin Wei. "The contents of the scandal, have you already organized everything?" "Of course, it is going to be amazing," Lin Wei replied. Chapter 29, Tianyi Entertainment, Leave the entertainment industry. What kind of rubbish agency is Tianyi, to actually force Tonning to appear at such an event? The boss must be Ken stupid. I know, right? If Tianyi can't plan for their artists, then let us do it. Even primary school kids could do a better job than them. Tonning, what are you endorsing next? What should I buy? Who will give me money? Tonning, leave Tianyi, you deserve better. Tonning, we are about to cry from how cool you are. Seeing the internet's one-sided comments, Mo Euro furiously threw the television remote to one side. She had never expected Tonning would use this kind of method to get on the public's good side, revolt against the agency's mistreatment as well as clarify she didn't want to be involved with an unreliable product. Mo Euro gave a humph. She was beginning to hate this uncontrollable Tonning more and more. Most important of all, Tonning actually announced she would be making a comeback? An outdated model actually announced her comeback in such a high-profile way? Mo Euro laughed uncontrollably. As long as Tongming was still at Tianyi, she was not going to let it happen. She could lose what she owned, but other people should not dream of gaining it. At this moment, Han Yufan, who was still recovering from being shocked, opened the door and entered the office. Upon seeing Mo Euro sitting on the office chair, he threw off his suit jacket, placed his hands on his hips and walked over to stand by the floor-to-ceiling window. His disappointment in Tongming had reached its limit. "Yufan, why aren't you working on a public statement to clarify the situation? Tongming has already thrown all the blame on us. How dare she say that she's thankful the agency organized for her to attend an event she didn't know about?" Tongming indeed did not know, and she was indeed treated with disrespect. However, Mo Euro didn't consider these points. All she cared about was seizing opportunities to step on Tongming whenever she could. There was no way she would hold back. "Yufan, release a public statement. Tell everyone, for the sake of making money, Tongming organized this collaboration and it has nothing to do with the agency." Han Yufan was angrier than ever. Because of Tongming, the agency's reputation had been blackened like ash. So, he immediately gathered his PR team together to write out an emotional public statement. The statement reiterated that the event was not something forced by the agency, it was all something Tongming wanted to do herself. They were obviously hinting that Tongming had lied. It also mentioned the company would be applying the maximum penalty on Tongming. After all, Tongming had defamed the company and messed up the event. They ridiculed her for losing her fame yet always using the company to cover for her, and that, in reality, most of the time it was all things she did on her own. With this kind of statement, everyone could tell, Tianyi Entertainment was going to freeze Tongming. It also suggested their relationship with Tongming had gone separate ways. Not only this, Han Yufan also arranged for some of his staff to step out and accept interviews. "Oh, you guys are talking about Tongming? There's not much I can say about her. I can just say nothing is as it appears. She's extremely two-faced. To be honest, I think the company is innocent because everyone in the company knows Tongming lied. I have no comments. I support Tianyi Entertainment. For the sake of moving up, what would a model not do?" These three responses came respectively from a low-level employee, a high-level employee and a successful person in the entertainment industry who had strong ties with the company. It seemed they were determined to place the blame on Tongming, not allowing her to retaliate. As for Tongming, who never liked to respond to scandals, she let the company insult her however they wanted without stepping out to explain at all. Unfortunately, Han Yufan had completely underestimated Tongming's announcement about boycotting the cheap product. Even though some people were fooled by him, Tongming's popularity had long surpassed what she had previously. She was like a big mountain, using whatever method she could to quickly rise above everyone. Just as Tianyi Entertainment were spreading rumors about Tongming, Tongming released the evidence she had prepared. It was time to embarrass the agency. An authoritative online media source suddenly released a few voice recordings. People who listened to them realized Tianyi Entertainment was a cold-hearted organization. Freezing Tongming on purpose was already bad enough, they even organized for her to attend such a cheap event. Forcing Tongming to be a substitute, accepting all the blame and taking on the humiliation from the netizens, yet Tianyi Entertainment didn't stop. The thing that made everyone most surprised was the voice that was giving orders not to allow Tongming to take on any jobs. The netizens recognized the voice, it was the mistress model, Mo Euro. The netizens seemed to have understood everything. However, there were a few people that questioned where the recordings came from. It didn't matter. An hour later, Tongming's manager, Lin Wei, opened up her email to find it was flooded with messages from different companies asking to work with Tongming. But, in the end, they were all rejected. Lin Wei sighed, reflecting on what happened today. Mo Euro was arrogant because she was favored by Han Yufan. She also oppressed other artists and messed up the smooth operation of the company. Compared to Tianyi Entertainment's empty claims, Tongming pulled out definitive evidence. This was the scandal she promised to release when announcing her comeback. OMG, I can't believe Han Yufan is such a jerk. Already at the brink of death, and he still wants to make Tongming into a scapegoat. How can Tianyi Entertainment be so horrible? It's bad enough that they are harsh to their models, How could they use Tongning and then try to dispose of her afterward? Throwing their own model under the bus. I've never seen such a shameless entertainment agency. What about the staff that stood out to speak on behalf of Tianyi this morning? They must have received a huge slap to the face. The whole company gathered together to bully one woman. Tianyi Entertainment, leave the entertainment industry. This time, after the evidence was released, Tongning didn't have to say anything. Who was wrong and who was right was clear to see. Tianyi Entertainment and Mo Euro were one step closer to death, whereas Tongning's popularity during this incident, once again, multiplied by an unimaginable amount. All kinds of advertisers started to contact Tianyi to cancel their contracts. Even Tianyi's other models were being affected as all current endorsements were placed on hold. Han Yufan saw the overwhelming amount of comments online. He knew there was no turning back this time. After thinking carefully, he finally picked up the phone to call Tongning. Tongning, do you really want me to die? Will you only be satisfied after I'm destroyed? Tongning sat at home, pleased with the news. My lawyer is already on his way. Han Yufan, it's time to clarify our contract. Tongning, you can't do this. If you do this, Tianyi will be completely destroyed. Han Yufan was finally anxious. In comparison to what you and Mo Euro have done to me, I've only returned 1% to you. Han Yufan. As long as you send Mo Euro out of Tianyi Entertainment, I might consider showing you mercy, Tongning said calmly into the phone. Is this your aim? Han Yufan was going mad. Let me tell you, I will fight with you to the end. Let's see you try. After Tongning was done, she hung up the phone. Even though her popularity was once again growing, it didn't mean Mo Euro didn't still have a chance. The show had just started. On the way home, Mo Ting looked at today's headlines. He was impressed with what he saw. Even Lu Che was praising Tongning endlessly. The madam is sure amazing. In a moment, stop the car to buy a bunch of flowers. I want to congratulate her on her comeback, Mo Ting instructed. I want red roses. Understood, President. Lu Che nodded. Amongst such a happy atmosphere, he was going to hide a Durex in the bunch of red roses. Chapter 30, sharing the stage with Mo Euros. After Tongning released the scandal, Tianyi and Mo Euro were forced to withstand the worst judgment they had ever experienced from the outside world. This was the biggest crisis faced by Han Yufan since he first established Tianyi. So his disgust and hatred towards Tongning was not simply a passing thought. The higher-ups in the company immediately called for an emergency meeting. Han Yufan even called his sister, who was living overseas, for help. Yufan, I've already seen the news. Tongning has solid evidence. In regards to this incident, you didn't keep things hidden enough. That's why you allowed others to find evidence against you. But, don't be too obsessed with what's happened. You need to learn how to size up the situation. You need to make it clear, you are the boss of the company. No matter how popular Tongning is, she is just a model. Her fate is in your hands. Then Jia, older sister, what should I do now? Han Yufan's mind was in a mess because of Tongning and Mo Euro. First of all, release a public statement with a sincere apology. State that you will treat Tongning respectfully from now on to appease the angry netizens. Also, support Tongning. But there's no way Euro will agree. Han Yufan's head was hurting. I didn't tell you to give up on Mo Euro. I currently have a deal with an international magazine. We are still missing 2 Asian models. Arrange for Tongning and Mo Euro to attend the shoot together. This will prove their relationship isn't as bad as it seems. Plus, having them together will get discussions going. Although, this magazine isn't one of the highest ranked, but at least it is a step into the international limelight. This will be beneficial towards Mo Euro's chances at the top 10 model awards. This way, we are using Tongning's popularity to boost Euro. Yufan, remember, a crisis is also a turning point. As long as you take advantage of this, Tianyi's fame will continue to rise. After hearing Han Ruoshiwa's reminder, Han Yufan was immediately enlightened. Older people were indeed wiser. Jia, I understand. After being with you for so many years, for Tongning to suddenly do so many things against you, you must have taken things too far. If you want to cheat, I will not judge, there aren't many pure-hearted people in the entertainment industry. I also do not expect you to be honest, but, why did you let Tongning find out? If you weren't my younger brother and if Mo Euro didn't have your child inside her, I would leave you to fend for yourself, Han Ruashiwa warned. This is the perfect chance, let them share a stage, let them lower each other's spirits. Mo Euro is so arrogant and domineering because of the way you spoil her. Jia. She is carrying a child, I'm just worried she will receive too much stimulation. Also, AI-narrated is ready for the kidney transplant. Previously, Tongning was the only one that was a perfect match. After your scolding, would she still be willing to donate her kidney to our AI-narrated? Han Yufan was startled, he had almost forgotten about this. The Han family had 3 children, the oldest was Han Ruashiwa, who was a famous top-tier manager. 3 years ago she was scouted by an international company and had been living in America ever since. Han Yufan was the second oldest and was introduced into the entertainment industry by his sister. The youngest was Han AI-narrated. Because of a bad kidney plus young age, AI-narrated was often at the hospital for treatment. Jia, no matter what happens between Tongning and I, since she has promised to save AI-narrated, I will not give her a chance to change her mind. Han Ruashiwa gave 2 grunts of approval before hanging up the phone. She was both angry and felt helpless towards this brother. Afterwards, Han Yufan instructed his team to release a statement admitting to treating Tongning harshly. The statement also stated they would genuinely try to make amends and will treat Tongning well from now on. They ended with a plea for Tongning and her fans to give Tianyi one more chance. At the same time, Tianyi announced they had been invited by the international magazine, Secret, to allow Tongning and Mo Euro to attend their shoot. As soon as this was announced, the public was once again outraged, just like Han Ruashiwa predicted. The 2 models were obviously enemies who previously fought over the same man. They were rivals, but Han Yufan actually placed the 2 of them together? Dear God. Even though Tongning's popularity was once again on the rise, it didn't hide the fact that she had previously been a substitute for Mo Euro. On the other hand, although things had run smoothly for Mo Euro in the past, in the end, she was just a B-grade model. No matter what she did, she couldn't get to the top. Fans from both sides started arguing, was Tongning more professional or was Mo Euro more pleasing to the eye? This was how the entertainment industry was like, the spotlight often changed. Of course, all Tongning wanted to do was avoid Tianyi's sneaky slandering by placing herself out in the open, at the same time preventing Mo Euro from interfering. Now that Han Yufan had placed her on the same level as Mo Euro, she reached her aim. Tongning, will you accept this job? Lin Wei questioned over the phone. The fact that Han Yufan acted like he cared about Tongning and organized an international magazine job for her, if she was to reject, it would make her seem petty, even though Han Yufan never asked for your opinion. If you don't want to do it, we can think of something. I'll accept it. Tongning replied straightforwardly. Okay, I understand. It's good that you are sharing the stage with Mo Euro. The public will have the opportunity to see Mo Euro perform. They will discover, she at most, can only be your backdrop. Lin Wei responded, tomorrow morning, the company will have a discussion. I will first go pick up Long Jia and then I'll come get you. Okay, Tongning nodded. Lin Wei seemed to be getting used to things. Tongning hung up the phone and continued to be a cook in the kitchen. Even though Mo Ting didn't allow her. She never considered herself to be delicate, cooking for her husband was her right. After returning home, Mo Ting found Tongning busy in the kitchen. Approaching her from behind, he lifted her off her feet and placed her atop the kitchen bench, trapping her between his arms. You know what the consequences are for not listening to me? Tongning hooked her arms around Mo Ting's neck as she swung her legs. Don't tell me. You will eat me? You don't know how to be afraid. Mo Ting evaluated. He stretched out his arms, carried her towards the living room and placed her on the sofa. Today is the day of your comeback, so leave dinner to me. Tongning nodded her head as she removed the apron from her body and placed it on Mo Ting. Mo Ting was tall and his body was built. When he wore business shirts and the soft material hung to his chest, his slightly hidden abdominal muscles made it difficult for Tongning to take her eyes off him. Afterwards, all that could be seen was a man chopping, calm and capable. He treated his ingredients like he treated life, quick, efficient and clean, not leaving a mess. This poised man was like a piece of art. Tongning tried to hide her fluttering heart as she headed to the bedroom. She discovered, atop their bed, a bunch of red roses. Tongning excitedly placed the flowers in her hand as she leaned in to smell the lovely fragrance. However, she noticed a small package amongst the flowers. She curiously took it out to have a closer look. Her face suddenly turned bright red. Did Mo Ting want to have her tonight? Then, was she meant to know about the existence of this Durex, or was she to pretend she didn't see a thing? Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this episode of Trial Marriage Husband, Need to Work Hard, be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Leave a comment with your thoughts. What do you think will happen next? Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you'll know as soon as the next part is out. There's a lot more drama ahead, and you won't want to miss it. See you in the next one.